Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope, it's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
The Sactown Sports 49ers Report is being brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. San Francisco falls at home to LA on Sunday, 42-26. Matt Stafford, a huge game for LA. He threw for 4 touchdown passes in the victory. For San Francisco, they fall 2 games back of LA now in the standings. LA and Seattle atop the division lead. Next up for San Francisco, they're in Arizona on Sunday.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 mpg combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
All you gotta do is put a drink.
Eric Church is back and bringing his unforgettable live show to Sacramento. Eric Church Free the Machine Tour with special guest Charles Wesley Godwin. Golden One Center, November 13th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. His new album, Evangeline vs. the Machine, is out now. One epic night of music that you won't want to miss. Eric Church Free the Machine Tour. Live at Golden One Center, November 13th. Get tickets now. For more, visit ericchurch.com. Produced by Messina Touring Group.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
Yes. On a Tuesday, Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. As we mentioned, Kyle Ledbetter, and as you maybe heard if you were listening to the morning show, and there was a lot to listen to on the morning show with Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross, but Kyle Ledbetter was on the morning show. So we are going to be joined by Jay Woods today, taking us up to 2 p.m. So Jay Woods behind the glass for us as we break down everything Carmichael Dave had to say on his show about the Kings, the non-reporting that I've been making fun of Dave about, how it kind of crosses with what I've been hearing. We'll break that down at 11 specifically. If you missed what Dave had to say, we have a clip from it coming up in about 30 minutes, and that'll be in 30 minutes of commercial-free Kings sports talk, because that's how we kick off the top of every single hour on a beautiful, beautiful Tuesday. So a lot has happened this morning. Nico Harrison was finally fired. Some nasty stories coming out about Nico and some of the treatment of some of the employees on top of, and I guess alleged, I should always say that, alleged, on top of course, that big decision that he made when it comes to Luka Doncic. So Nico Harrison, time has run out. And, it's funny because you could look at it, and I saw Draymond breaking down the fact that Nico's vision was never realized because of injuries, and he said it was lame or corny or whatever he said about people trying to just blame Nico. But the reality is that's all part of it, right? If you trade Luka for somebody whose nickname is literally street clothes, and then you get surprised that he's in street clothes, that's the issue. Like, that is the issue. And Kyrie, I mean, he's had his moments where he hasn't been healthy. I know he had a good stretch, but you get Kyrie, yeah, a bit unlucky that Luka was injured to start the season, but you put a bunch of miles on Kyrie, who he's had injury history, then he gets injured at the end of the season, and this is where you're at. And you still got lucky enough to get the number 1 pick, and Cooper Flagg looks phenomenal for the most part so far, but yeah, it doesn't matter. So I think the funny thing, as we bring it back to the Kings, is you still let somebody make a crazy decision, a very impactful decision, and then not even a year later move on from him and not let it be realized. So that is the funny thing to me, right? They still didn't give it a ton of time when it comes to giving the runway, if you will, to Nico Harrison to try to see what is going on and what the plan may be. Real quick, just want to give a shout out, as it is Veterans Day, to give a shout out to all of the veterans out there. I will give a special shout out to my parents. My mom was in the Air Force and my dad was in the Navy. So shout out to them. Shout out to all the veterans out there. Thank you for your service. And we wouldn't be able to do any of the things that we enjoy doing without you. So I just wanted to give a shout out there, and a special shout out to my mom and my dad, and a bunch of my family members were or are members of the military. So shout out to everyone there as we get you going. And Nick Kurtz deserves his own shout out as he wins Rookie of the Year in a final tally that was not expected at all to be that close. Kurtz was the unanimous winner, totaling 210 points to beat out fellow Athletics teammate Jacob Wilson and Red Sox outfielder Roman Anthony, as announced on MLB Network. He is the 14th player to win the AL award unanimously. So shout out to Nick Kurtz. And I got to look up the next time, or the last time, 2 teammates. I imagine it doesn't happen often that 2 teammates, especially position players, right? Maybe there's a pitcher and a position player to be first, second as far as Rookie of the Year, but 2 separate position players, Rookie of the Year and second place Rookie of the Year. So shout out to the A's. All they got to do is find some pitching, and I'm telling y'all, they hit the crap out of the ball. They truly, truly do. So shout out to Nick Kurtz. I did not wear my big Amish shirt, but I do have one, and I bought it for my wife and her family, as they are from the same little town in Pennsylvania. And to see Nick Kurtz out here in Sacramento is really, really cool. They went to rival high school. So good stuff from Nick Kurtz. The dude is a complete monster, and it is just the beginning, putting up numbers that we haven't seen since A-Rod and Aaron Judge as far as the OPS is concerned for a rookie season. So really, really incredible stuff from Nick Kurtz. So shout out to him. I would love to get him on the show. I got to work the big Amish angle. Hey, you're from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I know some people out there, and try to get him on the show, and I'm working on that for sure. Now, of course, we are going to spend a lot of time today talking about what Carmichael Dave had to say, the report that wasn't really a report, that was kind of a report, and now it's being aggregated as a report. And I want to get your thoughts. 916-339-1140. The crux of it, and again, we're going to play that audio for you in about 20 minutes, but the crux of it is that the Kings, they're not going to add on to this. And December, when more players become available, they're going to start wheeling and dealing and making some calls. And to me, what I take from that is they would like value back, but they are not going to obsess over getting value back like a Danny Ainge or, hey, we can't lose this trade. That's what it sounds like to me. We are going to get what we can get, but we're more concerned with moving off of these contracts and the assets that we already have versus, hey, we need to wring out the rag, right, for every cent we can get back or every type of asset we can get back for Zach LaVine. Because if you remember going back to, and Cam Johnson, by the way, I remember, and I get it, I don't know who started the conversation or who started the thought process that Cam Johnson wasn't a great defender. And I tried to tell y'all when you would call in, and I'm not the I told you type of guy typically, unless I'm talking to my little sister. But we took so many calls, and one thing that kept coming up was Cam Johnson is an okay defender. The dude was always locked down. When they were in Phoenix, it was him and Mikal Bridges. And Cam Johnson, offensively, he hasn't been outstanding for the Nuggets, but he's been locked down. He's just been a 3-and-D guy, and he's letting other people cook, and he gets in the corner and he shoots threes. So when that trade or proposed trade, when that got close, when the John Collins trade got close, and there were certain assets that the Kings didn't want to give up in those spaces, that doesn't seem like that would be the situation in December or once December starts up. And obviously, Dave said December because that's when more players will become available. You can trade somebody right now, right, that's already been under contract. You can trade that right now, but everybody is waiting for that flexibility. And that's why, going back to last season, as I read yesterday, December 15th is the first, what was the first trade of 2024, 2025 of that season. So we're going to break down everything Dave said and compare it to what I'm hearing and try to find our way to the middle here. The NFL, I don't know, man. Does the NFL have a blowout problem? I don't know what to make of it. By the way, I still see Kyle. He's cutting up the morning show. And obviously, like I said, Jay Woods is going to be our producer today. But while Kyle's still in here, I broke last night. I got Fubo TV. I gotta get rid of it. I got 5 days. The setup is so funny to me because it looks just like cable. The same way YouTube TV does. Time is a flat circle. It looks just like cable when we were growing up. So now I got Fubo TV. I got 5 days. I bought the premium package. And if I forget to end this membership in 5 days, I will be charged $300. So I have multiple reminders. I didn't mind it, but the way I'm going about it, and just to get a little in the weeds here, because I know y'all care so much about my setup. So the Spotify Hulu is a one-off. I cannot upgrade the Spotify Hulu. I got to make a new Hulu account, and there's no free trial. So I decided to opt to Fubo TV, and give that 5 days. And I did all that for a damn stinker, an absolute stinker of a game. I don't know what this is. Look, Jordan Love, I tried to tell y'all. Hey, Allen, Whitey Gleason sat right next to me. The Packers, that dark horse sexy pick. There are teams that I never pick, okay? And this is no disrespect because I know Domas went here. I never picked Gonzaga in March Madness, and I never picked the Packers for anything. And I used to because I saw that Hard Knocks with the Cowboys, and they tricked me a couple years ago. And I never picked the Cowboys. You cannot do it, okay? You cannot do it. Some people would throw the Cavs in that category for basketball now that LeBron's gone. There are just teams I do not believe in and will not believe in. And last night, not that the Eagles played great, but that's what the Eagles do.
So catch me up. You got the Fubo TV so you can watch the Monday Night Football.
That's right.
Because of the YouTube thing.
That is correct.
Okay, same deal here. They took away ESPN and ABC and all that. Now you got to find something else to watch Monday Night Football, right?
That's right. So I got Fubo. Meanwhile, I get the email from YouTube for that measly $20 credit. What the hell am I going to do with $20? What am I going to do with $20? I mean, I'm going to do it. Don't get me wrong, because I can buy some diapers with that. But come on, YouTube. I saw the email. I saw the post from Front Office Sports. I'm thinking we're about to see that somebody said uncle, and it's over. What do I see? Click here for your $20 credit. $20. We went to McDonald's a couple weeks ago. You can't even get a Big Mac. Back in my day, you get McDouble for $1. You could eat for a week with $20 at McDonald's. Now I got a family of three I got a family of four, but one of them's just drinking milk. $20. That's not going to get you nothing, but I'm going to take it though. So that is my update. If anybody thinks Allen, I am ears open. Allen, just eat it. Go get Hulu. You're already paying for Disney Plus. It's what, $30.99, whatever it is. It's better than the $70 a month for Fubo or the YouTube, since the YouTube doesn't have ESPN. So that's what's going on. All that to watch an absolute stinker. And Jalen Hurts probably is pretty close to my ban list when it comes to his rushing yards. He just, every time I try to, or Schmal and Miles tries to take the rushing yards, now he wants to be a pocket QB, okay? And he was 5 yards short. It wasn't a bad game. It was, I guess, fairly entertaining. But this is what's starting to happen. As the weather gets colder, these games are going to start being less exciting. And this is football weather, as people like to say. This is football weather. I prefer the beginning of the season where everyone's throwing the football all around the field, but we are slowly but surely making our way into football weather. The Eagles, I keep saying it. I understand why Niner fans are upset that the team did not make any moves. I don't necessarily feel like they should have, just based on all the injuries. I know Brock is supposed to come back this week. Brandon Ayuk is probably not coming back this season. That's what some of the reports are saying. But the reason I don't agree with how Niner fans are upset, but I understand simply because the NFC does seem to be pretty wide open. I don't trust the Lions, even though they played pretty well. I mean, they were even struggling with the Commanders. The Eagles are the Eagles. I guess they're the favorite. And then you have all these teams, the Bucks, they were my dark horse pick. They struggle with the Patriots. Maybe that says more about the Patriots. But the NFL has, I think, I don't know, maybe a class problem. And somebody said, I haven't looked yet, it's too early in the week. But later in the week, we'll take a look at the slate. And I'm trying to surprise myself because people are saying that this Week 11 slate is supposed to be a heater. People are saying that this Week 11 slate is supposed to be a heater. So I'm hoping we can at least have a good Week 11 slate, because that afternoon slate, all 40 burgers, not one good game, and then a complete stinker Sunday night. And I guess I would call last night a stinker as well. Some exciting things happened, but it's just not, the football is pizza thing. Y'all know I've never agreed with that. I've never agreed with the football is pizza thing. There's some bad football out there, man. Now, if you like watching bad football like you like eating bad pizza, cool. I do not. Now, last night, because I got the Fubo TV, I wasn't changing that channel for nothing. That thing was going to stay on ESPN all night long, just on principle. So that's what happened as the NFL Week 10 kind of wraps up and we head into Week 11. One thing I had for you that we did not read yesterday, but I am going to read today because Carmichael Dave, this will tie into Carmichael Dave and the report that wasn't a report that he put out this morning. Many people, this is from Scott Perry, this was yesterday's Monday Motivation. Many people that have achieved great things have also endured failures along the way. One of the sustaining forces in their success was an unwavering faith in the final outcome. In the end, you won't be counting the number of times that you fell, but celebrating the wonderful reward which comes to those who endure each step along the way. They will be long forgotten. Hashtag Monday Motivation. And people are just responding with trade generator screenshots. A lot of people, there's still a lot of, I would say, positivity in the responses, but Scott always gets a lot of interaction on these, and he keeps doing it, man. So shout out to him for continuing to post them, even when people are, positive and in some ways just kind of roasting as well. So that happened yesterday. And then Carmichael Dave quote tweets today, not read the tea leaves, but read the signs or something like that, basically saying, hey, if you read through what he is saying, what Scott is saying, he says, read the smoke signals. That's what Dave said. Read the smoke signals. That was 5 hours ago. At 5:06, Dave up at 5:16 a.m. Dave was ready to go today. Dave was ready to drop some heat, and Dave dropped some heat. And when Dave wants to drop some heat, I tell you, it is because it's almost because he messes around so much that when he decides to dial it up and dial it in, it hits different, I will say. And I'm not going to be, I'm not too nice to Dave, even though Dave has really helped me throughout my career here in Sacramento. But that's one thing that I've noticed about Dave. It's not the still waters run deep because the dude talks all the time. But when he decides to get serious and really drop some bleep on you, that's when you know, oh, okay, it might be go time here. It might be go time. So we have that for you in about 10 minutes. Jay Woods with us, and Kyle Ledbetter will be back on Monday because Chris Verlade, man, he sure does enjoy that vacation. I'm just having some fun. I'm going to get in trouble for that. He sure does enjoy his vacation, though. And good for him. They did a study. I always go back to my tech days. And in my tech days, one of the big selling points was unlimited PTO, right? That's the selling point, unlimited PTO. Now, I think I can say this. We don't have unlimited PTO here. But the point is, unlimited PTO is a sham. Because, and I remember back when I was working it, everybody is always paying attention to who pays, who uses their vacation, even more so because it is unlimited. So because of that, it's almost reverse psychology where those on average that have unlimited PTO take less PTO than those that have the standard 2.5 weeks. Because they're afraid, because it's almost as if since there's no standard, right, you can say, hey, I got my 2.5 weeks, I'm taking it, right? Or I'm going to, it rolls over, but I want to take it because that's what I have. When you have unlimited, then it's a little bit different because it can get kind of float in the atmosphere, and people are kind of looking, well, I haven't taken any time. Allen's taken 3 weeks. It wasn't me. I should have taken more time looking back on it. But Allen's taken 3 weeks. So shout out Chris Verlade. He's probably in Spain or something crazy like that. But good for him. And that's why Jay Woods is behind the glass today. And then we will have our guy Ramsey for the rest of the week. And the first text I get from Kyle Ledbetter this morning is, I can't believe I'm missing the Nico Harrison got fired show. Because I don't know how many people, it was very bizarre, right? Obviously, things had gotten a little hot to trot when it comes to the Mavericks. They've been awful, and that doesn't help. And the reason I think this connects back to the Kings is when we've had people on the show, like Sean Cunningham, for example. And Sean Cunningham said just as recent as the beginning of the month, beginning of the season. I think that's the last time we had Sean on. And he said, paraphrasing, I don't know if there's really an appetite, or there hasn't seemed to be an appetite to rebuild or to blow things up within the Kings organization, right? That Sean, we had that conversation here on this show. Now, that was at the beginning of the season where nothing had happened yet. And the way you see things change quickly in this league is very, very fascinating because, and we saw it last season. I don't got to tell Kings fans. You got your coach was canned in the first 30 games. Then however many games later, De'Aaron Fox, who is balling, by the way. I know I come off like a Fox hater, and he's a lefty, so I don't know why I am a Fox hater. But he's kicking it in the Riverwalk, and the dude is balling these first couple games. He is. But he's gone now. You look at the Mavericks, they're sitting at 3-8. It ain't even really Nico's fault from a micro perspective because AD can't stay on the court. You knew Kyrie was hurt. I don't know who told them D'Angelo Russell was going to be good. D'Angelo Russell with any expectation. D'Angelo Russell with no expectation is Super Saiyan. D'Angelo Russell with expectation, no thank you. No, thank you. And D'Angelo Russell don't even like playing with expectations. He told us that. So I don't know why they did that. They also got Clay Skeleton, who Clay is busy in another area of his life. And it just hasn't worked out. So now they're 3-8. They're second to last in the West. And it goes from, we believe in Nico's vision. Nico got the first round pick. We lucked into the first round pick. That was going to save Nico's job. And what is it? Not even a month, right? The season started October 22nd. Not even a month into the season, he's canned. So going back to the Kings, at the beginning of the season, there may not have been an appetite to blow it up, right? And we've talked about this 2-year stretch in 2027 when the names officially come off the books, when DeMar officially is off the books, Levine only have a year left. I think Sabonis only have a year left. Malik, something like that. 2027, end of 2027. But as I mentioned before, that game against the Timberwolves may have changed some things. That game, with everyone there and the pictures that went by, Matt George, who's been on these airwaves, doing a phenomenal job, by the way. We are thankful and blessed to have Matt on these airwaves. Doing a phenomenal job. Gets that screenshot that goes viral of the brain trust of the Kings as they're getting smacked up and down by 30 points by a good Timberwolves team. But this ain't the Thunder. You don't got that excuse. Heck, this ain't even the Nuggets, how people look at the Nuggets, because the Nuggets have a championship. This isn't one of those elite teams. I know Kyle would argue because the Timberwolves have been to the Western Conference the last couple years here, but it's not viewed the same way as OKC. And they're all sitting there. It's time for a bounce-back game. Doug is saying it's going to be a bounce-back game. And they get embarrassed. Absolutely embarrassed. So what comes next? Well, people got plans, and as the saying goes in boxing, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face. And the Kings got punched in the face this weekend. Multiple times. Let's discuss what Carmichael Dave had to say. Open up the phone lines. If you were listening to Dave's show, how do you feel about it? As you were listening to my show, how do you feel about it? 4 hours with you. We'll be right back. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Around here, Maverick is more than a name. It's who we are. My dad climbed power poles for a living, and he taught me to keep homes running when it gets cold. This November, donate 5 canned foods to our holiday food drive and choose a furnace tune-up or an electrical safety check. We'll collect your cans at the appointment and keep your heat comfy and your lights steady. So the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com. Limited November appointments. Some restrictions may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is offering a comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value for just $99. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends November 30th. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
When the Kings light up the court, Sacramento lights up the night, and it all leads to Revival at the Sawyer. All November long, show your Sactown Sports app and enjoy buy one, get one half-off beverages. From pregame anticipation to postgame celebration, Revival is the rooftop for true fans with elevated views, unbeatable energy, and that signature Sacramento spirit that connects us all. Revival at the Sawyer, where the city and the team both rise. Reserve your table today at revivalsacramento.com. Offer valid once per visit per person.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Born in 1892 to a socially prominent family, she was the consummate athlete, proficient in golf, tennis, marksmanship, swimming, and car racing. Many considered her the greatest horsewoman of the century. She was a pioneer in the field of golf course development with 3 world-class courses on her resume: the Women's National Golf and Tennis Club, Cypress Point, and Pasatiempo. Working for SFB Morse of Pebble Beach fame led to her second golf course development, which many consider to be the greatest golf course in the world, Cypress Point, where she developed a lifelong friendship and professional relationship with famed architect Alistair McKenzie. Pasatiempo in Santa Cruz was her third development, where she hosted the likes of Bobby Jones, Will Rogers, Babe Saharias, and more. Today, her place is alongside many others in the World Golf Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Marion Hollins, a visionary golf course architect and pioneer of the game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. A lot of things happening with the Sacramento Kings, but I guess the other side of it is this is not new information, right? That's kind of been the argument. I was talking to Dave a little bit after the show, and that's kind of the argument as to why this has been aggregated so much, when the reality is these guys were always available, right? Now, doesn't mean that they're all going to go, okay? And two things can be true. You can live in a world where, hey, and this is what I've always said, right? Hey, we're going to move off of DeMar DeRozan, probably the easiest, relatively speaking, the easiest contract to move off of, open up some space for people and get into the season. I don't see a full-scale blow up because I don't see them getting enough value back for everyone. Right? If you want to sacrifice the value of DeMar DeRozan, I think you can live with that, because it might be better, or it might be more valuable to get him off the roster in order to give more time to some of your younger guys versus, well, we don't want to move him because we're not getting enough value back. So that's kind of the back and forth here.
What do you think you can get for DeMar DeRozan, though? Two second rounders or something like that?
I don't know. I mean, you got to make the money work in some regard. Now, I would assume you go find some fours, right, that are maybe expiring or somebody like that, and then you add some draft capital to it. So they'd be okay with, you take a flyer on somebody that hasn't worked out, or two guys that are making $10 million each and maybe expiring, and you just get DeMar, and not guards, but you get DeMar off of out of the logjam, if you will. Even though, funny enough, the guard logjam, DeMar is not even technically playing guard, but it just opens up some things, especially once Keegan gets back. Keegan kind of slides in there, and you can get Neek in there, because that's the issue. This is only going to get worse when Keegan returns. So that's kind of where it's been. Jay Woods, let's hear what Carmichael Dave had to say on the possible rebuild.
I think by the end of this season, when you want to talk about playoffs or play-in or successes, I think Kings fans, as we shepherd through what is actually the first real, true, dedicated rebuild that we've ever seen. Some people are going to say, we've been rebuilding for 40. No, we haven't. We've just been bad for 40 years. There has not been a dedicated, purposeful rebuild. They're following the blueprints of the Oklahoma City Thunder, of the San Antonio Spurs, and more accurately now, because Oklahoma City got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in one of the most lopsided trades in NBA history. The San Antonio Spurs, once again, got one of the great, it seems, number one picks, franchise changes in NBA history. I would look more towards two teams, the Portland Trail Blazers and a team Scott Perry is incredibly familiar with, the Detroit Pistons. The Detroit Pistons, very early in the season, are sitting atop the Eastern Conference, which with, I believe, a 2-game lead on everybody else. The Detroit Pistons, you may want to remember, I'll take you all the way back to the Bean Team year, which was it's under 3 seasons ago. The Detroit Pistons were 17-65. The year after that, the Detroit Pistons were 14-68. That was 23-24. Fast forward to this year, the Detroit Pistons are 9-2. They have a 2-game lead on the New York Knicks. It's very, very early, but again, these are the two teams, if you're a Kings fan, I would keep a focus on.
That was Carmichael Dave this morning, and it's interesting because he mentions both of them, and it feels like both have done things slightly differently. I know the Blazers, where they have Scoot, even though Scoot hasn't really been available, but the Pistons, to me, feels like a classic teardown where you tear it down. And I know Scoot was a top pick too. They just didn't get the number 1 pick, the Blazers, but you tear it down. And I guess the reality is Scoot hasn't been a hit yet, but you tear it down. You go get your guy. You got Cade. Cade was a hit. And then you go get another guy in Asar Thompson, and then you go get Duren. That to me, the Pistons seem more classic than the Blazers. The Blazers, and what's funny is Dave is mentioning both because the Pistons seem more typical. The Blazers actually seem like more of a style that the Kings would approach because, let us not forget, Jeremy Grant is still out there on a pretty bad contract. They went out and got my guy, Denny Avdia, who seems to be a ridiculous hit. They're comparing Denny Avdia. They're saying, we are going to have a conversation. And they got stat head comparisons with Denny Avdia and Paolo Banchero. That's how good Denny Avdia has been. So that second draft was an absolute hit. When they made that move, I think more people were curious as to what the hell the Wizards were doing. And then from the Blazers side of things, hey, let's go get some young talent. I don't think a lot of people besides myself thought that. And I will not name the people from the media tables that roasted me when having Denny Avdia conversations. It was Denny versus Keegan Murray. And we'll see. But I got laughed at, and I'll never forget that, and I'll bring that up every single time. But Denny Avdia, they signed him on a second draft situation. Then they go get Drew Holiday, which again feels bizarre. That's been a hit for them. They got Dame stashed in the background. Like I said, they finally move off of DeAndre Ayton. They still got Jeremy Grant as a vet. They still got Robert Williams as a vet, who it's been really hard for him to get on the floor. So if you're comparing it, and I think that's why Dave brought it up, Pistons seem more classic. Blazers seem more Kingsy to me because you could keep you could keep Domantas Sabonis. You could move on from him. Either Domantas Sabonis or Zach LaVine could be your Jeremy Grant in this situation. You obviously have Keegan, who is your whoever you want to call it, Shaedon Sharpe or Toumani Camara, and they hit with those guys, which obviously helped them move to where they're moving to. But that could be your Keon Ellis if they figure it out and actually start playing him, and they can come to an agreement to keep Keon in Sacramento, and Nick Clifford, if you will. Those could be those two guys if they end up hitting. And you got Klingon. I know he got drafted way higher, but maybe that's a Maxime Reynaud comp right there. So to me, the Blazers style, and then maybe you get lucky on a second draft, your version of Denny Avdia, or Keegan just is your Denny Avdia. So to me, the Blazers style, based on what we've heard this whole time, seems a bit more palatable for the Kings, keeping a couple names that, you sure you don't want to move off of Jeremy Grant? And then they don't, right? Those guys, that seems to me like a more realistic approach than we're going to stink. And I know it was whatever amount of years for the Pistons, and then we're going to hit, and then we're going to hit, and then we're going to hit, and then we're going to be back. Because the Pistons, they were bad. I mean, they were embarrassed. And that's the other part of it when it comes to the Pistons versus the Kings and the Pistons versus the Blazers. The Blazers, it doesn't feel like they were bad, but I don't know if they were embarrassingly bad. Like the Pistons were embarrassingly bad. And I'm telling you, that's the Kings do not want to go that route. They do not. I'm looking here at what the Pistons did. Let's go back to 2021. So that's when it all kind of starts, where they started stinking. They get Cade in 2021. They get the first round pick. Jaden Ivey in 2022, who hasn't even really been a hit. So that's the crazy part. All you need is a couple hits, right? Jaden Ivey, who has been good but hasn't really been available. The year before, the famous flop in 2020, Killian Hayes, who's out the league, he was the number 7 pick. Then you go and you get Cade, you get Jaden Ivey, who's been fine when he has played. You get Asar Thompson, who's been a hit. And then you get Ron Holland, who's been a hit as well. And I know he's had some injuries too. So that's your number 5 pick. And then in 2025, they didn't have a first rounder. So they didn't even draft. So, and Luka Garza, that's a second rounder, right? That was in 2021. So not a ton as far as how they went about it. And maybe that's what Dave is talking about. Hey, they did get the number 1 pick, right? But besides that, they were able to do some things through trades and bring in guys like that, Beasley, and it worked out for them. I'm double checking here on a guy like Jalen Duren. He was the 13th pick to Charlotte and then made his way to Detroit. So that's a guy too who the Pistons are able to acquire, right? But at the same time, that's number 13. And I don't know that he's ever going to be a world beater, but he's a good player. He's a solid player.
It seems like the Detroit Pistons have had better picks. Portland just seems like they've been kind of hovering, kind of like you said, like the Kings. You know, they don't really get great picks.
Yeah. Well, and I'm looking here. It was 2022, okay, and there was a 3-team deal. New York is sending, here's a name drop. This was only in 2022. Sending Kemba Walker to Detroit as part of a 3-team trade that will reportedly see the Pistons acquire number 13 overall pick Jalen Duren from Charlotte. So that is how they went and got Jalen Duren. And, of course, they have, and this is the Knicks have begun clearing cap room space during a busy draft night. So that was the 2022 NBA draft, and that's how they got Duren. So, again, that's a number 13 pick. That's not a top 5 pick. So you have to hit on guys that are outside of the top 5 as well. And the Pistons haven't been perfect. The Blazers haven't been perfect. The Kings haven't been perfect. Who knows if they will at least be better moving forward, but those are the 2 paths that Dave brought up. We got more from Carmichael Dave when we return. More Allen Stiles Show. Don't move.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. One radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Black Friday savings start now. Get your best deal through the end of the month at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
With Black Friday savings during Happy Honda Days, own or lease your new Honda Accord or Civic today. Your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip, if a firm presents as local but they're in L.A., red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Gonna be a little blast from the past tonight. It's the first Kings game on NBC since Game 7 of the 2002 West Finals. Man, oh man. 8 p.m. This is late, man. They got us out here late, running around late. And that's the main thing for me. Look, Kings, if you're going to have us up late, and I get it, we're still on the we're still on the West Coast, so it could be worse, but at least show up. And normally they play the Nuggets fairly tough. I mean, they played them pretty tough last season, and obviously this go round, Jokic is just he's a stud. And it's really hard to contain him. But even this go-round, the Kings lose by 6. They were, hanging around for most of it. So,
man, just don't get blown out. These blowouts are hurting.
No. And you know what is crazy? We just talked about maybe the embarrassment level from the Kings as they got smacked by the Timberwolves. This NBC. You can't get smacked to
nationwide.
No, man.
Nationwide.
You can't get smacked to that. You can get smacked, no disrespect, on the local broadcast. You can't get smacked on national TV. You cannot.
Those hurt.
3 smacks in a row. 3 smacks we take. That's how the saying might have to go.
You know what? I was against a rebuild, but damn, when you just get smacked constantly, what else is there, you know?
No, and we hope that's not the case, obviously, but the bigger news is later in the show, we will get to our Kings preview, our Kings Nuggets preview, as well as our prop talk, where we are winning you some cash. And Jay Woods, I don't know that you've done prop talk before, so you'll be doing prop talk with us. I've been hotter before. I'm gonna be honest with you, Jay, and I wasn't supposed to say this on the air as we started this band segment. I'm gonna be honest with you, Jay Woods. If I wasn't here at the flagship, them Kings would be banned. No, they would be banned right now because I don't know who is going to ball out, right? Last season, DeMar DeRozan was just let's go, right? DeMar DeRozan, they got him set at 20 and a half. He's going to get to 22 a night, no problem. Now he's not getting there. He's not getting there. Domas was the bread and butter as well with the rebounds. His assists are completely destroyed. He doesn't assist anymore. Dennis Schroeder, Dennis Schroeder have 5 points his last 2 games. We're gonna do prop talk, but it's gonna have to be surgical because it's been tough. It's been tough, man.
No, I haven't done prop talk yet, so it should be fun.
It will be. It will be in theory. It's always fun until the game tips off. And we got an 8 p.m. tip, so we'll see how all that goes. All right, let's go through Carmichael Dave. As you know how people say, just tweet through it, my friend, or just type through it. That's what Carmichael Dave kind of did this morning. So we wake up this morning, and I got to scroll all the way back, right? And 4 hours ago, actually before that, so 4 hours ago, Dave roasts me for saying that I played baseball against Bryce Harper. So Dave roasts me. That is at 5:16 a.m. That is when Dave gets out of bed, eats his Cheerios, because you got to keep the heart healthy, eats the Cheerios, and he's ready to rock and roll. So this is where it starts. Read the smoke signals, okay? So Dave is it's all within the same minute. So 5:16, Dave texts or tweets flex as he's roasting me about bringing up playing summer baseball with Bryce Harper. That same minute, he says, read the smoke signals as he quote tweets what Scott Perry had to say. Then later in that hour is when he says, today on a very special episode of Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, the day has finally come. I've seen enough, and I'm ready to officially declare the near and broad future of the Sacramento Kings at 7 a.m. sharp. Join us as we provide a handy guide detailing what to expect and not to expect. And we can all take this however we want to take it, right? And as people are asking Dave, is this a report or speculation? Dave, being Dave, says yes. Okay? He just says yes to the question. Okay? He says, I'm going to spend a decent amount of time on the show today to talk about the ownership, management, bubble, all of that. So that's what Dave does. And he goes on to talk about Scott Perry and how Scott Perry turned over the Knicks in 2 years. This is what he does. Somebody says, are you reporting or speculating? Dave says, yes. And he says, it has begun. So all of this stuff happens in a matter of about 3 hours. And this was the kicker to me. As at this point now, I'm either starting to drive in or I'm about to hop in the car, whatever the case is. When somebody says, so are you hearing they are selling the core and going in for a rebuild the right way, or just you hoping it happens this way? And this is what Dave said. Starting in December, as and if opportunities exist, they will begin reshaping the roster with a focus on youth, draft assets, and cap room. If all goes well, the team you see now will not be the team in March and likely worse on the floor, but better for the future. He continues, I've seen enough. The Sacramento Kings are entering the first phase of an official rebuild. The franchise is for the first time going to follow the OKC, San Antonio, Detroit, Portland blueprint. A minimum 2-year project is here. December is generally the earliest big trades are made. Doesn't mean it happens in December, but it's basically the starting point. So that's what Dave said. And this is what cracks me up. Then Dave's, I don't know why I'm getting aggregated. Brother, this is a literal guide, blueprint of you laying out what I guess you quote unquote think is going to happen. I don't know, Jay Woods. Sometimes when the details, you ever get caught and when people say, when we play the game, 2 truths and a lie. And normally you get caught up in the lie when the lie is too detailed, right? The lie, the 2 truths is I met Michael Jordan, I skydived, and then the lie is I ate alligator and Chilean sea bass on a boat at 5 p.m. next to Margot Robbie, right? People are gonna say, yeah, that's the lie. It's too detailed. So Dave is saying, hey, this is not me reporting. This is just a speculation sensation, if you want to call it. But brother, it's too detailed. It's far too detailed for us to just sit there and say, okay, this is Dave just being Dave. It's too much.
He might be onto something.
It's too much. It's too much. Okay, so that is the breakdown for those of you who have much cleaner souls and are not on X, not on Twitter. That is how Dave broke this whole thing down this morning. And of course, he got to a lot of it on the show, and we discussed some of it in Crosstalk. So the reality is, feels like this is where it's going, which is a little bit different than what I had been hearing and what you've been hearing on this show, if you've been listening to this show. And it goes back to everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And the reality is the Kings may have, these guys were always available, but the urgency in how much they want to move them and how motivated they are in moving them, that is the thing that may have changed based on how bad this start has been. And we can sit there, and I get a text every day, 916-339-1140, and on the SAC chat as well. Shout out to the YouTube. And on the call line, well, when Keegan gets back, today or this week starts the 4th week. So we might hear something back, but that's just reevaluation. These brothers are going to be sitting at nearly 20 games, a quarter of the season.
And honestly, if they do that, it just kind of feels like this perpetual rebuild that the Kings are in currently, where they're trying to rebuild on the fly type thing.
Yeah. And that's and the retool versus the rebuild and where this whole thing lies, that's what we're going to discuss in the 11 o'clock hour. Also, we have some Ja Morant news that we want to discuss. And somebody said something yesterday, speaking of X, that I found sad yet funny. It was a nod to the Quantum Mania for you kind of nerds out there, just like me, Ant-Man and Quantum Mania. All of the different realities that the Kings could have chosen after firing Mike Brown, is it possible that they chose quite literally the worst one? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets.
Tip off at 8, your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Is Sactown Sports 1140.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
Around here, Maverick is more than a name. It's who we are. My dad climbed power poles for a living, and he taught me to keep homes running when it gets cold. This November, donate 5 canned foods to our holiday food drive and choose a furnace tune-up or an electrical safety check. We'll collect your cans at the appointment and keep your heat comfy and your lights steady. So the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com. Limited November appointments. Some restrictions may apply.
Eric Church is back and bringing his unforgettable live show to Sacramento. Eric Eric Church Free the Machine Tour with special guest Charles Wesley Godwin. Golden One Center, November 13th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. His new album, Evangeline vs. the Machine, is out now. One epic night of music that you won't want to miss. Eric Church Free the Machine Tour. Live at Golden One Center, November 13th. Get tickets now. For more, visit ericchurch.com. Produced by Messina Touring Group.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
Guys, it's time to know your numbers and what they mean. And right now, Revive Men's Health is offering a $400 comprehensive wellness panel for just $99. Free if you start treatment. Offer ends November 30th. Book today at ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sactown Sports.
You put snaps in a beat, I'm normally in. Sometimes it's simple beats that's what gets me going. That go. And we are wondering where the Kings are going, as Carmichael Dave was very hot to trot this morning. I mean, I don't know if this dude, he's been wearing the ring, right? That new ring that kind of reads your heart and sees if you're sleeping well. But I'm sure that ring must be working for him, because he was cooking. He was cooking tonight, and we're breaking it all down, as obviously there's a difference between what you might be hearing previously and what you have heard, and what Dave didn't report but reported, but didn't report but kind of reported on today. So the reality is, as far as I'm concerned, I mentioned Sean Cunningham earlier, and that was prior to the season starting. And things change once you get into the season and you see them empty seats. Because we talked yesterday, and them seats were gray. There was a lot of gray on the court, and there was a lot of gray in the arena on Friday, and there was maybe even more gray in the arena on Sunday. And look, I'll say this. When it comes to the decisions that Kings fans make, it's your money, it's your life, and it's your time. And I saw something yesterday, and it was Reggie Bullock. And I had to post about it. Reggie Bullock, and I don't know how much money this brother's made, but when you think about the hierarchy of money that has been made in the NBA, Reggie Bullock ain't on the top of the list, right? He's had some good contracts. He ain't on the top of the list. Now, I don't even know where the damn island was, but Reggie Bullock got his own damn island, okay? It's called Reggie Bullock Island, all right? And it's going around, and they're jet skiing, and they're having all this fun. And I keep trying to tell y'all, look, man, do not get it when we see these idiots fighting at football games and all this stuff. And look, I get paid based on people caring about sports. So this might even be counterproductive But I don't even mean it in that way. I just mean your well-being is always number one. And you're out here fighting, doing all this stuff for your team, and that's cool, arguing, cussing each other out. Meanwhile, the third dude off the bench, I don't even know what team Reggie Bullock is on right now. I don't even know if the hashtag who he play for, the third dude off the bench, who I don't know that I've ever seen Reggie Bullock make a three. He's on the Rockets now. He's 34. I can't remember. The last time Reggie Bullock made a three, I don't know if I was a father yet. And now I'm a father of two. And this brother got his own island. Crazy. So if you don't want to spend your hard-earned money to see a bad product, then don't spend your money to see that product. Because now all of a sudden, let's read these tea leaves. So embarrassment happens on Friday. Okay, it's the champs. Seeing a couple seats out there. Gray on the court, gray in the arena. Okay. I see that. Sunday comes around. Hey, team that's been to the Western Conference Finals last couple years, but I don't know that anybody has the Timberwolves. They don't even have a damn point guard. They missed with Rob Dillingham. He can't get on the floor. They're running Dante DiVincenzo at point, who, again, has not made a three since he left New York, since the national championship dang near. So you got him running point, and they come to town. Everybody's in the building. Vivek's in the building. Scott Perry, they're all sitting next to each other. Matt George gets a beautiful picture. Multiple people get pictures. It gets posted. They get smacked. Now, all of a sudden, 2 days later, Carmichael Dave is not reporting, but reporting, yeah, we might be open for business. Does anybody not find that just a little bit interesting? Does anybody not find that just the least bit interesting? Now you got to take on the Nuggets at 8 o'clock national TV. And that's the other thing when it comes to what Dave is reporting but not reporting. I don't know what it does to the locker room. I don't know. You know, a lot of these guys, I'm not saying that they sit here and they're listening to everything that we have to say, but they are on social media. And they aggravated the bleep out of Dave. So I can guarantee you right now that somebody from the Kings saw what Dave said. I can guarantee you right now that a veteran saw what Dave said. Now, maybe that's not a surprise to them. Maybe they all thought, hey, this thing has a timeline. We know it's been duct taped and paper mache together. So we get that. Or it could be like, man, we haven't even played what they played, 10 games. 10 games into the season. And this dude, Carmichael Dave, is getting this information. Carmichael Dave sat there on media day. We interviewed with these guys. They're all great dudes, but we got a job to do. So Dave comes out with this and the speculation reporting, the speculation sensation, whatever you want to call it. And now all of a sudden, we're getting reports or non-report reports that, yeah, December might be spicy. Yeah, it might be something else. Everything we had heard prior to on this show was no appetite for the tank. They want to follow this thing through 2027. And it might not start in December because I don't know what this does to the leverage conversation. I don't know what this does to the value. The argument is, Allen, and this was what somebody told me prior to the show. I had some conversation before coming on the show. Allen, the value or whatever it is what it is, right? It ain't moving. It's not moving up. It's not moving down based on what Carmichael Dave is saying, or larger than that, if they quote unquote officially say, hey, this is what we're doing, right? Or, hey, we're taking calls. We knew you were taking calls.
I feel like something's going to happen if they get blown out tonight.
If they get blown out tonight, and that's what I'm saying, Aaron Gordon, I know he's from the Bay, so it's not technically Sacramento, but it's Northern California. And that dude has been owning the Kings anyway. I kept telling you, Jay, talk about prop talk, that is the easiest cheese in the world. Aaron Gordon against the Kings, over points. I'm telling you, I might jinx. And hey, it's a win-win. Either I jinx them and it gives the Kings a better shot, or it continues and you get some diapers for your kiddo. whoever you are out there, or you go out and you buy your Chilean sea bass to go sit next to Margot Robbie and wrestle an alligator on a Louisiana sunset. You can do that too. You can do that too. But the reality is, this thing has happened for a specific reason. And this timing, to me, it is not an accident. It is not an accident that picture, they all saw the picture. This is social media. Matt George, one of the biggest names in Kings media, they all saw that picture floating around. And they all read the comments. Some people say, I don't read the comments. You do. They all do. Now Carmichael Dave comes out with this, and we'll see what happens. But inside that locker room, I do think they probably all knew that they had a timeline, but maybe they felt like that timeline was the literal trade deadline. Maybe it was more so there, because December is when things start to become available, more players become available. That's when the wheeling and dealing starts up. That's where we're at right now. 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. I got to get to my beloved text line. I haven't got to my text line yet, but trust me, I will. I always do. Let's get to Dwayne, who wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Dwayne? What you got for us?
Hey, man, you're right, man. On all these other teams, the no-name guys be trying to make a name for themselves against the Kings. And that's because typically it's defense and rebounding that keep you in the game and give you a chance to win. That's always going to give you a chance. And the Kings don't play any defense, bro. These guys are professional hoopers. So if you don't play any D, then these no-names is going to get buckets. So I'm down for the Tank Fest, bro. It's all about Cam Boozer for me, man.
So Dwayne wants Cam Boozer. We've been running the Tankathon here on this show. We're going to pause it while Kyle is out this week. But Dwayne's a Cam Boozer guy. AJ DeBansa has looked really good. They said Darren Peterson is the best guard prospect since Kobe. Literally, that's what they're saying. And I know a guard scares Kings fans, but we're not there yet. That's where they're headed. I do want to piggyback on one thing Dwayne said as far as these guys are who they are. If this thing starts to unravel, right? I hope the Kings win tonight. I think that you out there driving around, you out there watching on YouTube, you out there on the brand new Sactown Sports app, which now has video, by the way. So go check that out. It is smooth, okay? And it's easy. Even my father can use it, okay? That's how easy the Sactown Sports app is. So you want to be able to check that out as well. But you go out there and it doesn't look good for you, then the conversation becomes, as Dave also said on his show about the autonomy aspect of this for Doug. If Doug got true autonomy, and Doug is that dog that we know, nobody is going to come into your house and bleep on your couch, right? Dave Chappelle. Nobody's going to do that. Then at some point, you have to make some type of change. And I think they might already be there. I don't think they're there yet. It's a really rough stretch for the Kings. But if it doesn't look great tonight, nationally televised game, I think Doug has a conversation with Scott Perry based on what they said in the past. Yo, what are my options here? Because we can't keep doing this. We can't keep running out the same crew and just, I guess, trying to keep their head above water until Keegan comes back, because that's probably not going to happen. It's not happening. We've gone over it before. We have gone over it before with the schedule. It does not necessarily get easier. The Hawks, they're one of the sexiest teams out. People are really liking what they're seeing from them. The Hawks are 6-5, but they're young and they're exciting. They got Jalen Johnson and the crew. So you get the Nuggets tonight. It's a back-to-back, and I don't know, Jay, maybe it's a matter of let's see what happens at this back-to-back, because there's a lot. Or if it doesn't go well tonight, right? And I'm saying not competitive. If you lose, just like last game, if you lose by 6, then it is what it is. But a non-competitive game, you would have the excuse, to be fair, you would have a built-in excuse of it being a back-to-back and all these dudes are 47. You would have an excuse to say, yo, DeMar, we gonna let you chill. Zach, you're back a little bit. We gonna let you chill. Domas, his rib, he's still grabbing his rib all the time. We can let you chill. Now, they don't have a young big. You could start Maxime. I don't know that he's ready for that. But on a back-to-back night, you could say, we're gonna let these guys chill. And you could make it seem a little softer than we're benching these guys because it's just not happening. You could use the back-to-back as an excuse to say, hey, even if whether it's competitive or not, they can use it because at this point, it would have been 3 straight, right? It would have been 4 out of 5, 3 straight, and the one win you have is against the Warriors who were missing their whole team. And I know that the Kings were missing a bunch of dudes too. But the Kings did have DeRozan, they did have Westbrook, guys like that. So that could be a built-in reason, I don't want to say excuse, but that could be a built-in reason to go out and say, hey, we're going to see what happens differently tonight. We're going to give a different chance to some different guys and let them chill. We're going to let them chill a little bit. So that's the reality of the situation. That's where all of the Kings nation, if you will, is kind of looking to see what's going on and what they're going to do and who they're feeling as far as if they want to continue to make this move, if they don't want to continue to make a move, that's what it is. That's what it is. Because it does not get easier. It does not get easier for the Kings, and we know that. You get the back-to-back, then you have to face the Timberwolves again. Then you get and that's another NBA Cup game for whatever it's worth. So you get that highlighter green, ugly court. You got to play on that ugly court. Then after that, you you go to the Riverwalk. You go to San Antonio. Then you go to OKC. And then I guess you get a mini break against the Grizzlies, but that's a back-to-back. You get a Thunder Grizzlies on the road back-to-back. It's a gauntlet. It's a gauntlet. And maybe, just maybe, that's why this stuff is coming out when it's coming out. Because it could get ugly. It could get ugly. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Logan. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Logan? What you got for us?
Man, I don't know what's going on. This is Louie. But, hey, you know what's so sad about this?
What's up, Louie?
This team is so broken, bro. Mm-hmm. And what really hurts my soul is that I love Doug Christie, but Vivek really put him in a horrible situation because that's not Scott Perry's guy. And, I was thinking about it the other day. It was like, if the Kings didn't hire him, he wouldn't be a coach right now, and I got so much love for him. But our rebuild is so far away. We got to get a new coach too. We got to dump all the players. We got to get a new coach. Got to start over. That's what I feel about it.
Thanks for the call, Louie. Great stuff. The other guy's Freddie. Okay, so sorry, Louie. You were in there as Logan. You know I got you, Louie. But you were in there as Logan. Shout out, Louie. The Doug thing, I don't want to do the Doug thing yet. It was a situation where he had to take the gig. We get all that. And it wasn't a good position to be in. It's not a good position to be in. So it's tough for me to put Doug in that conversation. Now, I know that Carmichael Dave came out and said that he believes that these are Doug's decisions, that there might be conversations with Scott Perry going on, but these are Doug's decisions. So, yeah, it gets to a point where, and that's the problem. I'm not trying to give Doug a pass, but that's the problem with these vets. That's the problem with having all these vets. You're going to sit Keon, or you're going to sit whoever, Levine, who did not play well. They probably win that game in Denver if Levine had played better, but he was dealing with his back thing. There's just, it's hard dealing with vets, man. This is not the same. It's not. I think Doug would absolutely cook on a truly young team where everybody's on the same level. Yeah, you'd have your draft picks and stuff, but it's just dog eat dog, every man for himself. But we can't sit here and act like having future Hall of Famers on the squad. And I know Russ only played 16 minutes, which a lot of people think that's a problem too. We can't sit here and act like that's the same. We can't do it.
Does it feel like the Kings are waiting for Keegan Murray to come back to judge and rate this thing? Or, I mean, is he just going to be added to this jumble of players?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm sure they're waiting for him to come back. But as far as evaluating Doug, I'll tell you this much. They didn't care about Keegan not playing on Sunday. Not by the looks on their faces. That did not look like the case. That looked like, I don't care who is out there, we should be competing. Because that's the whole thing, right? This Kings team is not a championship team. I also don't think they're 30 points worse than the Timberwolves. They got embarrassed. They got absolutely embarrassed. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Freddie. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Freddie? What you got for us?
Hey, what's going on? I just want to say, as far as the last caller referring to about Doug Christie's status as the head coach, listening to what Carmichael Dave had to say this morning about how sometimes, head coaches can take a lot of heat for sometimes decisions that they're not necessarily on board with, but they have no choice but to, present themselves as if they are. I definitely feel like some of these moves should have been made in the off season. Obviously, we can't go back in time. It is what it is. But, definitely to help out with Doug Christie, because he's the guy, we spent all of Monday talking about practically like, how he was, they're out there doing the opposite of what he's preaching. And, we talk about, well, if this guy is so good, why aren't you giving more, minutes to Russell Westbrook or Keon Ellis? I just feel overall, if a lot of these decisions had been made in the off season, Doug wouldn't be in the position he's in now where we're criticizing. I feel like not everyone, but a lot of people now more than often are criticizing what he says as if this is all just on him, when in reality it's like, hey, there's, a lot of people in this organization that are making these decisions with me. And, maybe I wanted to do something in the off season. He's never going to come out and tell us that. It would be malpractice as a head coach to come out and say that. And, I feel bad for him, not giving him a pass, but I just kind of wish some of the moves were made a little bit earlier.
No, that's a great call, Freddie. And here's another way to put it, Freddie. I'm looking here at the Kings record, and this is where it starts and ends. And all we can do is believe that Doug does have autonomy, right? I think it would be dangerous to suggest anything otherwise unless I hear something. And I have not heard enough. Now, there are situations where coaches don't have full autonomy, and that's what we talked about yesterday. When it comes to, hey, play this guy, play that guy, the four guys closing out one of the games were all Scott Perry guys, right? Would that be the same if in that same situation, Sabonis wasn't playing, Keegan's not playing? So you're running a little bit dry based on who you can put out there. So here's an easier way to do it, right? Just looking at the Kings' schedule, let's put Eric Spoelstra in at head coach and evaluate where the Kings would be. That Kings-Suns game, do they win that if Eric Spoelstra is the coach? I want to say yes. I'm going to be honest with you. I want to say yes. Don't ask me how, but I want to say yes. That Jazz-Kings game, they did win. That Lakers-Kings game, the Austin Reeves 50-burger, do they win that game if Eric Spoelstra is the head coach? I'm going to be honest with you. I think they do. I think they do. I think Eric Spoelstra, and again, I'm using the cream of the crop on purpose just to figure out where we should put this on Doug, right? I think they figure out a way to stop Austin Reeves if Eric Spoelstra is the head coach. And Doug is not supposed to be Eric Spoelstra. Doug is in his first full year as head coach. But I'm just using this to figure out where is the median or medium or middle between Doug and between the roster.
So you're kind of saying it is Doug's fault then?
In those two games, yes. I think they beat the Suns if it's Spoelstra. And again, that might be the only guy we can list off a ton of names. I would say a top 5 head coach. Anybody a top 5 head coach. I think they beat the Suns. They obviously beat the Jazz, who they barely beat, by the way. It was Russell Westbrook on marketing. And I think they beat the Lakers. So that makes them 3-0. I think they still lose to the Thunder, even though that was a close game. I don't know, man. That Bulls game, I don't know. I'll say they'll lose because they were balling out. But I kind of want to say that they win that with the different head coach. And again, this is not a slight on Doug, but we're trying to figure out how much of this is the roster, because I do think a lot of it is the roster. and how much of this is Doug as a head coach learning, growing, and having growing pains. And again, very similar to the timelines that we talk about. Trey Lance on the Niners when that didn't work out. Jonathan Kuminga that doesn't make a ton of sense. Just on its face, it does not make a ton of sense.
So do you feel the same way if Mike Brown was still the coach?
That's a toughie, but with these vets, I think Mike Brown, and he had his issues too. He's doing his thing in New York. I think there may have been. I don't know that the defense is better, but maybe there are other things that he could find. Understanding, and Keon wasn't playing with him either. Maybe there are other things that he could find. So right now, I have him at what? 3-2. They beat the Bucks. That's 3-3. So they would have won either way. That Nuggets game, I don't think they win that Nuggets game. So now they're 3-4. They beat the Kings, so they're 4-4. And then these last two games, they got smacked. I don't think, and to end it there, I don't think Spoelstra or Phil Jackson is saving the Kings that second Thunder game, because that Thunder game, there was no Chet, right? So they get Chet back in the Friday game, and then the Timberwolves, they just didn't show up. So those two blowouts, I don't care who's the coach. So I do think there are moments where, hey, if you had a different head coach in there, maybe they win. But again, where is Eric Spoelstra floating around, right? They made a decision with Doug. There is a middle ground between a first-time head coach in Doug and Eric Spoelstra. And the question is, does that coach, if they had went with, go get a Van Gundy, there's always a Van Gundy out there somewhere, or one of these other floating coaches, right? Jenkins from the Grizzlies, what does the record look like there? And you probably cut one of those in half because he's not Eric Spoelstra. So you follow me with this math, and maybe they're a little bit better, a game or two better, with a more experienced head coach, but we're still having similar conversations.
Now you got me wondering if Mike Brown would have made a difference.
I think that thing was cooked. I think that thing was completely cooked. But I guess we'll never know. On the other side, we continue to take your calls. I will get to the text line. I've been neglecting you, and I feel so bad. And we will get to the Sack Chat as well. Until we do not move. More Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets.
Tip off at 8, your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Is Sactown Sports 1140.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at PowerCopiers.com.
Black Friday savings start now. Get your best deal through the end of the month at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
With Black Friday savings during Happy Honda Days, own or lease your new Honda Accord or Civic today. Your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com. Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options. Heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sactown Sports.
If you want a chance to win a pair of tickets to see comedian Matt Rife bring his newly announced Stay Golden World Tour to Golden One Center October 11th, 2026. That's not a typo. 2026. Okay, that is coming up doing it at 1 o'clock. Okay, so if you're listening on the Sactown Sports app, you want to switch on over probably around 12:45 because it can be a bit delayed to make sure you don't miss it. 916-339-1140. Call line and text line. As I said, I've been neglecting the text line here, so I'm going to get to some of the texts. There's a ton coming in. Somebody is going back to our unlimited PTO conversation saying, unlimited PTO is a scam because it's a way for a company not to pay you for unused time. Yeah, hey, look, I'm telling you, man, I took, in all those years I had unlimited PTO, I did not take enough time. That was my music festival era. So my big, and I'm, mid-20s. My big thing was, I'm taking this Friday off, and I was scared to then take that Monday off. It was insanity. Okay? So if you got unlimited PTO, use it. Burn them. Burn them good. And if you don't got unlimited PTO, make sure you are using all of your time. Shout out Chris Verlad while we are having this conversation. Jay Woods in Behind the Glass for Kyle Ledbetter as he bumps up to the morning show. And it was a heater, a banger of a morning show. And that is what we are breaking down. 530 says, what's more valuable, DeMar's contract or the value of time the youngins get? Yeah, that's what we had been discussing. You might not get everything you want back for DeMar DeRozan, but it's worth it to open up that, especially once Keegan comes back, it's worth it to open up that logjam a little bit, even though DeMar hasn't really been a guard, even though he is a guard. Open it up a little bit and give more opportunity. Let Keegan slide in there, keep Nick Clifford in the starting lineup, and go from there. As Carmichael Davis saying, hey, this thing, it could start to get a little bit ugly in December, or it could start to become the caterpillar to the butterfly, if you want to look at it that way. More text to get through here. 707, do you think Keegan gets moved? Well, he can't. This is the Lauri Markkanen thing from last season. Because of when he signed, Keegan can't be moved this season. All right? So you don't have to worry about that right now. And I don't think you got to worry about it, period, personally. I don't think you got to worry about it, period. They essentially, and we had Kenyon Murray on, what was that, a couple weeks ago. He was in the building, got to meet Keegan's pops. Very good people, doing some great stuff out there in Iowa, and they're looking to do some great stuff out here in Sacramento. But, the conversation of whether Keegan is making too much or whatever the case is, Keegan is a natural 3. They have him playing 4. Maybe there were conversations, hey, we're going to make up for it, and here you go, and we're making up for it in the contract a little bit. That could be part of it, and I say all that to say that I don't know if Keegan, now with this contract, we'll see what happens once he comes back, but I don't know if Keegan with this contract is as desirable as he maybe was going into the season, or if he had a closer contract to a Jabari Smith Jr., guys like that. So Keegan, I feel as if, you never know with the Kings, but I feel that Keegan is pretty safe here. Okay, pretty safe here in Sacramento. And I think he wants to be in Sacramento. Recently married, right? Whatever comes next in his career, his life. I think he wants to set up shop here, and the Kings have given him, 140 million reasons to set up shop here. 916 says, I want to see the Kings get blown out again tonight because I want something to happen. This team needs to change, and Dennis Schroeder is not it. He stinks. I said yesterday, and Jill Adge commented and made a great point, because I said yesterday, man, oh man, what if the Kings, I saw Trey Jones, the Jones, they just make point guards, right? You got Tyus Jones, you got Trey Jones, not as young as you would think, but a younger guard. 3 years, $24 million. 3 years, $24 million with the Bulls. And not only did I say in the post, man, oh man, what if the Kings just got Trey Jones for $8 a year, still brought in Russ, were able to keep Valanciunas, and just go on from there. And Jill said, you mean the guy that they moved or got moved in the De'Aaron Fox trade? They could have had him from the De'Aaron Fox trade. But they opted to go in the direction that they went. I'll never forget, I was talking to an agent out there at Summer League. And the agent said, look, man, it is truly a head scratcher what this team is attempting to do. And they just said, this is just not what teams do. And that stuff gets around. And it's one thing, and yeah, I'm on record saying, hey, the Kings, they, at their height, they think they could sneak into an 8 seed. I think it's possible, right? I think they have enough talent to sneak into an 8 seed. But once that facade is gone, and I don't think it's gone yet, but all it's going to take is a couple more weeks. If this thing continues to be bad ball in a couple weeks, we already said they're 3.5 games out of the 6 seed. Maybe more because games happened last night. But as of yesterday, they were 3.5 games out of the 6 seed already. And it feels early because it is early, but you're not going to get Keegan back at least until next. We haven't heard anything yet. And maybe we'll hear something later in the show with with Whitey Gleason, but we haven't heard anything yet. 3.5 games back. That's what they're at right now. 916-339-1140. We got Rick on the line. What's up, Rick? What you got for us?
Hey, Allen. With the Kings right now, it seems like the Russell Westbrook acquiring him was a good thing, but what it did, I think, is compounded the problem with the minute distribution for the players. And there are times on the team with their play that I can't figure out if they're trying to play players so they can maybe trade them later or if they're playing to win. And I think Doug has a big problem because it just doesn't seem like they have really a set rotation.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the call, Rick. Well, you know what's funny about that, as Rick laid out, going back to that's why the Timberwolves game, I think, was a complete disaster. Because on top, and Doug was getting it from all the different area codes and the Russell Westbrook fan clubs, all of it, because not only did you obviously get smacked in that game, not only did that happen, but to Rick's point, Russell Westbrook only played 16 minutes. So Russell Westbrook, it would be one thing if Russ, and I know nobody really played in the fourth, but all the starters, they basically got to 30 minutes. DeMar played 29, Precious played 29, Sabonis played 30, Schroeder played 28 with 3 points, Zach LaVine played 30, and you had Malik who played 20. Neek played 23, so Neek is getting his because Neek is playing in that 3, and I know Russ has played in the 4, so that's how he snuck in. But Russ only had 16 minutes. So I guess the only thing you could say is Russ took some minutes away from Keon, or in that specific situation. Now, I know Russ has been playing more, and Russ has been starting, but that they have multiple problems, and that's why that game was such an eye-opener, because Russ didn't even get time, and you accomplished nothing. You lost. You got embarrassed. Russ didn't get any time, and he's been balling out. He's probably been the best player on the team, to be completely honest with you. and you didn't even sacrifice Russ time for a young player minutes outside of Nick Clifford.
The guard rotations are a little screwed right now. Something's going on with the rotations. I mean, Keegan Ellis should have been playing that game, right? Russell Wilson should have been playing that game. We need guards that can defend.
Yeah, and the Keon Doghouse logjam thing, that's the other part of it. So like I said, Doug is getting yelled at from the Russ fans. Doug is getting yelled at from the Kings fans. Doug is getting yelled at from specifically. There are Keon fans out there. Keon got his own fan club too. Okay, Keon definitely has his own fan club, and the We Want Keon, it's a bad look. That's why this Dave stuff, to me, it's not by accident. It's not. It is not by accident. I'm looking here just based on how they matched up last time, and it was DeMar, Levine, Sabonis, Schroeder, Westbrook, and I know they have him slated in the guard position, but Westbrook was really the one kind of trying to hold off Aaron Gordon. It was a collective effort, and he still had 20. You had that was the Christian Brown game where he had his breakout since getting his payday. He had 21 in that game. Dennis Schroeder did have 18, so maybe it's a return to the mean for Dennis Schroeder. Sabonis, 13 points, 17 rebounds. And somebody else said, if you kept Valanciunas, you wouldn't have to run Domantas Sabonis out there with a bum rib. That's part of it too. And I'm not a doctor. I don't know how that seems like a pain tolerance thing. That's how it's coming off, not like a situation like a calf to an Achilles where it could get worse. But you got Domantas Sabonis out there grabbing his rib after every play. And he did it in this Nuggets game, and they tried to power through, could not get it done. Zach LaVine, 15 in that game. So, I've always felt like the Kings have played the Nuggets well, but the Nuggets just have another level that they can get to, very similar to what the Thunder have been able to get to. Maybe it is a night where, as Kyle has always joked, they're going to trip and fall into a W one of these nights. The Nuggets are maybe due. I don't know. They just beat the Pacers, who that's not anything to write home about. They beat the bleep out of the Warriors, and I don't think Steph played in that game, if I'm not mistaken. They are on a heater. They've won 4 straight. They have won 4 straight. Their last loss was to those pesky Blazers up there in Portland. And since then, they beat the Kings. They beat the Heat. They beat the Warriors. They beat the Pacers. But like I said, I believe, I'm just double checking here. Yeah, no Steph in that Nuggets game. And then that Pacers game, I'm going to just look. Jarris Walker, Pascal Siakam, Isaiah Jackson. They did have Andrew Nembhard back and Aaron Nesmith. So they did have some of their guys back. It wasn't as bad as it's been. But, obviously no Tyrese, and they're not going to have them all season. So we'll see what happens there. The other report that Carmichael Dave said, I think might make people feel good, because it's about doubling and tripling down, and how he feels that the Kings may not do that. But if they did do it, would you be interested? And I got to hit my quota for the day. Ja Morant. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
The Kings play here, baby. Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Key night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner.
Starts at 6:30 with tip-off at 8. Listen to your Sacramento Kings
On the official home of Kings basketball, Sactown Sports 1140.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Around here, Maverick is more than a name. It's who we are. My dad climbed power poles for a living, and he taught me to keep homes running when it gets cold. This November, donate 5 canned foods to our holiday food drive and choose a furnace tune-up or an electrical safety check. We'll collect your cans at the appointment and keep your heat comfy and your lights steady. So the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com. Limited November appointments. Some restrictions may apply.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
Is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets. Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion. And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heat and Air. Right now, breaking news, they're upgrading their offering to include plumbing, bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. They're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. You hear me talk about them as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement, and now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free, and they'll give you a second opinion and almost certainly save you money. Oh, but wait, there's more. With winter coming up, how about a free furnace special? With full system installation, you're getting a free furnace, not a discounted furnace, a free furnace, and up to $4,000 in rebates while that funding lasts. So get there right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Guys, it's time to know your numbers and what they mean. And right now, Revive Men's Health is offering a $400 comprehensive wellness panel for just $99. Free if you start treatment. Offer ends November 30th. Book today at ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and
and vocal. Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And it's crazy, man. It's crazy how the Kings get talked about. We still have a ton of texts to get to. And we got these Matt Rife tickets at 1 p.m. for next year. Like I said, you could have a kid by then, but, you could also have a nanny or a babysitter by then to go check out Matt Rife at Golden One Center. But this is how the Kings get talked about. So, obviously, Evan Sidery, who is a infamous aggregator, so he got wind of what Carmichael Dave said, and he says, the Kings are preparing for a full-scale rebuild attempt, which will include attempting to trade their top players during this season. Then he tags Carmichael Dave. Sacramento will gauge the trade value on Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and others. So this guy, and we kind of know each other. We follow each other on social media, but Swipa, he is a Denver sports analyst for the Nuggets, okay? Mile High Sports. Also is on Locked On Nuggets. We've had on his co-host on the show multiple times. Good people out there in Denver. So he's got the Dave Chappelle meme, okay? And it is, looking like Rick James. And he says, Keon Ellis. That's who he wants. So, of course, I got to read through just the comments on it. And another commenter who obviously is a Nuggets fan says, Strother or Holmes, who is coming off of an Achilles injury. Strother, who Kyle's not here today, but there's an inside joke about how I don't like any of the young Nuggets players, and I just don't think they're very good. Peyton Watson, Julian Strother. And then you get Holmes, who is coming off of the Achilles, and they say Strother and Holmes for Keon Ellis. So I'm in a black hole because we're just, waiting for the commercial break to end. And somebody then responds to that person saying, we fleeced them once when we got Big Val for Saric, so let's dream big. Zeke for Ellis.
Damn.
That's how they talk about the Kings.
Damn.
We fleeced them once. We got Big Valanciunas for Saric. That's how the Kings are getting talked about throughout the league. You can get some real value. You can be out here and fleece the Kings. And I just was randomly looking through. We fleeced them once. They call him Big Val.
That's cold.
They call him Big Val. And meanwhile, the Kings throwing out Domantas Sabonis with a bruised rib. That's what's going on here, okay? That is what's going on here. 209 with an interesting text and 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. Had some good calls already. Got some good candidates for call of the day. We have to decide what the text of the day is going to be. 209 says, I feel like the Kings' hierarchy of needing to move on from starts with Domas, then Zach, then Schroeder, then DeMar, then Malik. Yeah, 209, I don't agree with that one. I think DeMar's got to be higher, and that's what I've been saying on the air. And I think it's just more realistic. I don't know how realistic Domas is. I definitely don't know how realistic Zach is. Zach had started out hot, then he had the back stuff, and, he's just a couple games here, but he hasn't been on a heater as he was at the start of the season. Schroeder, and they say Schroeder in parentheses might not be possible. I don't know if you mean literally, but yeah, at some point it would be possible to move Schroeder, and that $15 million, that's kind of what it's built in at. And then Malik at the bottom. Yeah, if I were to make a hierarchy list, I guess the problem is I'd have to include how realistic it is as well. I'd have DeMar at the top. I'd probably have Schroeder next after that. Then I would go Domas, maybe.
These are your first to trade?
This would be my hierarchy, but this is my hierarchy also based on what I think is realistic. So Zach is not going to be that high because I just don't know how realistic it is. That's why Domas and Zach wouldn't necessarily be at the top for me. I think DeMar is the most realistic, and you just clear it out, and you're not even really looking to get a ton of, action back as far as guys that are going to play, unless we're looking at, some fours or whatever the case is on expiring contracts, because you can't bring in any more guards, right? You can't bring any more guards. Somebody else, or the 209 chimed in, said, yeah, my list was based on in a perfect world, not real, haha. Thanks for reading on air, go Kings. Of course, shout out to the 209. 916 says, Allen, we're not trading Sabonis. We'll not get enough value back from trading Sabonis. I don't know. It only takes one, as the old saying goes. That's what Brendan Nunez always says. It only takes one. That's where the conversation has kind of landed with Domantas Sabonis. It only takes one. He's got to get healthy. That's number one. And playing with the bruised rib is not the best way to get healthy. So he's got to get healthy, and then you can see what's out there. But, yeah, I don't know that based on what Domas brings to the table, if you will ever get quote-unquote value. But the other part is, again, do you want to open things up? The Domantas Sabonis experience is probably, or it was, honestly, during that Beam Team season, Domantas Sabonis was probably a top 3 polarizing topic in the NBA.
I felt at the end of last season, you had a lot of value for Domantas Sabonis. And then now at the start of the season, it's evaporated. It's gone away.
Yeah, I think that Şengün doing what he's been doing didn't help. Zubac doing what he's been doing didn't help. Going back to 2023, it was, who is this guy? Is he just a diet Jokic, a generic store Jokic? Who is this guy, right? Then you get paid, and he gets paid a lot of money, and then you're seeing not the same production, don't get me wrong, not the same production, but similar production from Ivica Zubac, and you get a Şengün in there, and obviously Wemby is Wemby, but you get a Şengün in there. Now all of a sudden people are looking around saying, if you include contract, when are you taking, you talk about hierarchy list, when are you taking Domantas Sabonis? Obviously Jokic is at the top. We can argue who's a big versus who's a 4. Some people would throw Jaren Jackson in there. I wouldn't, because he doesn't really play center to me. Some people would throw Anthony Davis in there. I wouldn't either, and Anthony Davis can't stay on the floor. But, you get Wemby in there, who is just Wemby. You get Jokic, those two there. I think the issue is it's the Şengün leap, which we're watching, and they got Şengün on a pretty good deal. Now that dude's shooting threes, right? Then you have, obviously...
What about Hartenstein?
You get Hartenstein, who's in the West, right? And he's obviously not making what Domantas Sabonis is making. Zubac, these guys who, they're not the hubs that Domantas Sabonis is. But then when you added Schroeder, and we had the sound, we played it yesterday, Schroeder is saying, okay, I got Levine on my left, I got... DeMar on my right. Sabonis needs his touches because he likes to be the offensive hub. It's just it's such a tweener situation, which is why I think the tough evaluation to the texter's point is, where is Domas going to go? Here's the thing about Domantas Sabonis as we head into the 12 o'clock hour. Here's the thing about Domantas Sabonis. If you put him in a position where he is doing enough so his contract is fully valued, you're probably not good enough to win a championship. If you put him in position where he's doing less, but it's a better team, you're overpaying him. That is the Domantas Sabonis conundrum. So when you're trying to trade for Domantas Sabonis, there's a team out there, I heard a team not too far down the road, that could look at a Domantas Sabonis. And when I say down the road, I mean down the freeway. That could look at a Domantas Sabonis. But again, he's not going to do that $40 million AAV there. He's probably not going to do it anywhere. That team is going to be better, but he's not going to do it. That's the conundrum and where they've been stuck with the Domantas Sabonis thing. When we return to Carmichael Davis saying they won't buy into it, what if Carmichael Davis is wrong? What if they do go out there and say, you know what we need? It's Ja Morant. We have a trade that you do not want to miss to kick off the 12 o'clock hour. More of your calls, more of your texts, more of your Sack Chat. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
The Kings play here, baby. Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner.
Starts at 6:30 with tip-off at 8. Listen to your Sacramento Kings.
On the official home of Kings basketball, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Black Friday savings start now. Get your best deal through the end of the month at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
With Black Friday savings during Happy Honda Days, own or lease your new Honda Accord or Civic today. Your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com. Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey there, Mark and Tom, the travel and entertainment guys with you, brought to you by Sports Leisure Vacations. Time for our weekly travel tip, and with it, here's Mark Hoffman.
A number of years ago, the airlines figured out they could break up their product and charge us more for the pieces. Passengers would not only buy a ticket, we could be enticed to pay for a little more legroom in coach or what the airlines considered a preferred seat in the middle of the plane. Hotels have been watching. Now they're creating their own versions of unbundled pricing. Some services are new, some are not. Words of warning, it's time to check your hotel confirmations carefully. Hotels that let you check in early or stay late without charge will be fewer and further between. Want extra pillows or bottled water in your room? Pony up a few bucks. Service is included on the level it used to be. Nickel and diming your customers is in fashion. Buyers beware, or at least be informed.
More tips to make you a smarter traveler, Saturdays at 11 a.m., right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Will Kings fans want to get away after another tough game that they faced on Sunday? And how will they react tonight? In that locker room, right? This is my thing about the whole vet thing, right? Here's my issue. It's not even an issue, but you're sitting there. I was just watching Remember the Titans was on. And it's just one of those movies for me that when it's on, I know it's cliche. I'm not saying I'm unique because I like Remember the Titans. Everybody likes Remember the Titans. Not everybody, but most people like Remember the Titans. But anytime Remember the Titans is on, I got to watch, right? Especially if there's enough left in the movie. I'm going to turn it on for at least 20, 25 minutes until a commercial comes on. That's just what it is. But trying to figure out if Doug in this situation, when you hear Doug talk during these post-game pressers, and now that you have a full-blown vet team, you got a couple 36-year-olds, you got a 32-year-old, you got some 28 years old, you got some 30-year-olds. Are they really sitting there? I just wish I was a fly in the wall. the NFL Week 10 just ended, and they had Sirianni. They show Sirianni in the locker room after the win. They show Ben Johnson after the win and giving the game ball away, and it's great. I just wish, and that there's content because the social team will put out certain content when it's time. But I'd love to hear how Doug approaches this. Because these guys have been around for so long, they've heard so many speeches, and they just got their butts whooped. It gets to a point where, what do you want Doug to say, right? What is the level of motivation? Like I said, some of them probably got their own island, right? Reggie Bullock, somebody put in Reggie Bullock's career earnings. We were joking because it was going around social media. Reggie Bullock got Reggie Bullock Island. I can only imagine what some of these guys have, right? And I'm not saying there's a motivation question, but I don't know how motivated I'd be to come into work every day if I were worth 30 million, even 300 million. And that's anybody. That's not just the Kings thing. That's my inside joke about all these athletes. I got it from my father, and I can't get rid of it. Allen, you sitting here, this is my dad. Allen, you sitting here upset that this team lost. Allen, look at them. They going on vacation, Al. Al, they going on vacation, and you and your buddies sitting here upset.
They were on vacation that last game for sure.
They were. So all of that happens, and now Doug is going to and Carmichael Dave. There's screenshots of the front office and ownership. Carmichael Dave is getting aggregated everywhere. This thing could be cooked in December. Everybody's available. It's a wholesale Macy's in the basement before they left Doco. Last chance clearance, an additional 50% off. And Doug's got to sit in there in the locker room and try to motivate these guys to play at a certain level against the Denver Nuggets, who are going in the complete other direction. I don't know how that goes. I do not know how that goes. Now, he's got to do it, but what would you say, right? You know who DeMar DeRozan ain't never defended, not at a high level. Zach LaVine is what was it? CJ McCollum, I'm trying, Jennifer. I'm trying. He's trying, Zach LaVine. Domantas Sabonis got a bruised rib. He's out there laboring. Russell Westbrook was just on a yacht a couple weeks ago. He's a starter for you on most nights. You don't play the young guys besides Nick Clifford. What are you going to say if you're Doug? I feel like, you talk about being set up for success or not set up for success. What are you going to say? Hey, guys, that's not who we are. We don't know who you are. It kind of is who you are. It is who you are.
Shoot more threes.
Hopefully. Maybe. Hey, guys, we got to be better. That's why I think that and now this is strictly me, if they get blown out tonight, you might see a soft benching. Against the Hawks, another young team. What, is Trae Young still out? But another young team where, hey, we're just going to give everybody a kind of a reset. That's what we're just going to give everybody a reset and go from there. Yeah, it looks like Trae Young, I think he's been out. But Trae Young, they just beat their 6-5. Jalen Johnson, Risache, Porzingis. Who in the world is going to guard Porzingis? I can't deal with that right now. Dyson Daniels, Keaton Wallace, who he played for, I guess the Hawks. That could be a situation. Now, they could go out and they could win tonight, right? They do come to play against the Nuggets. They just haven't been able to get over the hump. But it is a very weird situation for Doug to try to motivate these guys, who have been around for a very long time. And you got Russ. I mean, Russ is going to give his all. I mean, from a yacht to Russ kicking it in Stockton. The brother was kicking it in Stockton this weekend. That you gotta appreciate that for sure. But as far as winning, and as far as you who is a season ticket holder, cool. You get to see Russ, but you're getting to see losses, and a lot of different people are not going to like what they're seeing and say, you know what, bleep this. I'm not tuning in. And that affects me too. But I can't, I'm not going to tell somebody to go watch a bad product, especially a bad product. It's one thing to have a bad product, and that's what's going on in Brooklyn. It's one thing to have a bad product. It's another thing to have a bad product with no direction. And what's happening in Brooklyn is they had to get somebody back. Maybe they'll try to move Michael Porter Jr. It's not a great contract, but they have one too many. They did the weird Cam Thomas thing. So, and I know he's been out, but they got one too many vets, Nick Claxton, and they haven't fully embraced the tank. And they're trying to embrace the tank, but they got to find suitors. They have to make a decision. So all of these guys and all these teams, it's coming very quickly for them. Now, one thing that Carmichael Dave did say on the air during Crosstalk, and it was something that I'm going to always defer to Dave because this dude's been plugged in for a very long time. But I'll just say I was surprised to hear is that the Kings, and he said it again, and somebody said, hey, Allen, just tuning in, is Dave discussing something? What did they say? They said, is this Dave quote, and they got quotes, insider info or just his long interpretation of a tweet? Well, there was no tweet to interpret. Dave started this morning. So like I said, when Dave wants to get down, he can get down. So with that being said, Dave said to me in Crosstalk that the Kings will not be adding to this. That's what he said. Okay, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said, I don't see them adding to this. So that would mean no Ja, no Zion. Apparently, they had said no to Trae Young during the summer. Not that there was a yes-no situation, but they were not looking to add Trae Young because he doesn't play their type of ball. But Dave is saying they might stay status quo. They might not be able to move anyone until the end of the season. They're going to try starting in December when a lot of teams are going to try, but they are not going to add to this. They are not going to double down, triple down, quadruple down, whatever you want to call it. Now, if they do, and if Dave is wrong, because, hey, things can change, this was a trade that Brett Siegel cooked up, friend of the show, and this is a 3-team trade, okay? So the Grizzlies would receive Anthony Simons, Malik Monk, Jordan Walsh, a San Antonio 2027 first-round pick from Sacramento, a Sacramento 2029 first-round pick, top 3 protected, and a 2026 second-round pick. The Celtics would receive DeMar DeRozan, Devin Carter, and a 2026 second-round pick. And the Kings would receive Ja Morant and Baylor Shireman. So, long story short, they would get, some decent picks. The Grizzlies would, fairly similar to what they got for Desmond Bane. They would also get Anthony Simons, and they could decide what they want to do. They could make Anthony Simons their guy. Personally, I think Anthony Simons and Malik, a smidge redundant, but Anthony Simons is better than Malik. They would get Jordan Walsh. They would get the 2027 first-round pick if 1 through 16 via SAC, or it would turn into 2 27 second-round picks, a 2029 first-round pick that is top 3 protected, and a second-round pick. So a couple first-round picks, kind of low-level or whatever you want to call it, protected first-round picks, and then a second-round pick. Celtics would get DeMar. You would finally free Devin Carter, and I think Devin Carter would get to learn under Derek White. I think that would be really good for Devin Carter, and they would get a second-round pick. DeMar DeRozan, next season's contract is not fully guaranteed, so the Celtics could, I'm sure they would find a way to wheel and deal and make that work, or maybe they hold on to him. You still got to see what happens with Jason Tatum. And then you get the Sacramento Kings getting Ja Morant and Baylor Shireman. Like I said, Carmichael Dave is essentially saying they're not, the Kings wouldn't add on to it, but these could be smokescreens, right? You're not going to do something until you are. So that's what our guy Brett Siegel brought to the table. Personally, who says no? That's the first thing to ask. I think the Grizzlies, it depends on how depressed of an asset Ja Morant is. It felt worse at the beginning of the week or going in to this week. Obviously, you had Brandon, Scoop Jackson. He reported that this mother bleeper loves Memphis. That was what somebody close to the situation said about Ja Morant. And I don't think it's a matter of Ja Morant loving or not loving Memphis. I think it's a matter of Ja Morant not liking the coach. I think that it ain't got nothing to do with Memphis. It's a matter of how much Ja likes the coach. And they're in the middle of an absolute gauntlet. They just lost to the Thunder on Sunday. Today they get Mike Brown's Knicks. After that, they get the Celtics in Boston. Obviously, no Jason Tatum. After that, they got to go to Cleveland and take on the Cavs. They got to go to the Riverwalk to take on the Spurs. And then they will, I guess both teams are getting a break with each other, taking on the Kings in Memphis and the Mavericks in Dallas. And by the way, if you're just not tuning in, Nico Harrison is out. Okay, Nico Harrison is out. And that was something where he didn't even make it a year from this crazy move, right? This crazy move that they did with Luka didn't even last a year. Okay, so Nico Harrison is out. And I say all that to say, you never know. Things in this league can happen quickly. But that trade right there, as far as who would say no and who would say yes, I think that right now the Grizzlies say no, as the report was that the Grizzlies want everybody wants things in life, right? But the Grizzlies want either a star in return or they want some young talent. Okay, here it is, and this was from Kurt Heelan. If the Grizzlies were to entertain trading Ja Morant, they would want either a star player who can sell tickets, which is still just hilarious to me that they added that in there, who can sell tickets, or a boatload of picks and, in quotes, and young players in return. I think Anthony Simons could sell tickets. Here's the thing. Ja, and somebody said this, I read it on the way home. Somebody said this. The Grizzlies aren't selling tickets right now. So Ja is not selling tickets because they're not really a good team. So the idea that, we want somebody we're trading somebody that sells tickets. Now Ja would sell tickets. If Ja gets to Minnesota, oh my goodness. That is something to watch. It's already something to watch with Anthony Edwards. And you're watching Jaden McDaniels and the rest of the crew along with Anthony Edwards. But Ja by himself right now is not selling tickets. So is Anthony Simons going to put you in a much worse situation? I don't think so. Probably not. I mean, the dude can get hot. Malik Monk, if you think about it, Jay Woods, Anthony Simons who can get hot from three, Malik Monk, that dude is box office to me. He's always got dunk candidates of the year. And then you get some picks that could work out for you. They're going to say no, the Grizzlies right now. But we're going to check in about, and they are going to get some first-round picks protected, but you check in about 2 weeks. Check in after they got to take on, like I said, the Knicks, the Celtics, the Cavs, and the Spurs. 4 more games. So let's check in a week from now. 7 days from now, that'll be when they got to take on the Spurs, or I should say the 19th, and leading up to that Kings game. Then we'll see what that looks like. And then we get a close look at Ja as the Kings will be taking on the Grizzlies November 20th. That to me is right now, they would say, hey, that's just not enough for us. But depending on how this season goes, and again, this stuff is escalating quickly, it could change around. So that's from Brett Siegel. And, there are clearly a lot of different ways that you can look at this. Carmichael Dave, the conversation was with me during Crosstalk at about 9:52, right before celebrity birthdays. Dave says he does not believe. And let me just say this, and it's the only way I can say it, I guess, without getting in trouble. Dave doesn't make stuff up, I think is the best way I can say it. Dave don't make stuff up. And I was having a nice laugh at some of the texts and the posts, the tweets about Dave. Is Dave being dramatic again? That's what I saw. I don't know whether he's being dramatic or not, but all I know is that I walked into the building today, and it was during a break. Dave was walking downstairs, and I was on my way up. I had just warmed up my donut. Shout out Natomas Donuts, the best donuts in Sacramento, by the way. Just going to I know I'm not supposed to shamelessly plug, but hey, shout out to Natomas Donuts. I had just warmed up my donut, heading up. And yeah, I warmed up my donut because it was about a day old, right? She got them yesterday, my wife did. So I got to warm it up, give it a little bit of oomph back. So I warmed up the donut. I'm walking in, got my salad and a donut. Life is about balance. Dave is on his way out, and the way he was walking, he didn't see me. His back was turned to me. I just said, hey. And he turned around, and he just gave me that look. He just gave me that look. That's all I got to say. So December, and we just talked about this yesterday, because things open up in December. And after the embarrassment at Golden One on Sunday, everybody was saying Scott Perry needs to be on the phones. He needs to be wheeling and dealing. They can lay the groundwork, which is maybe what they're doing. I don't know. They can lay the groundwork, but everybody is still assessing what they have right now. You're going to have to deal with other messes of organizations right now if you want to make moves. That's where it's at. Now, once things open up, December, you figure December 15th, so that's another month from now, a little over a month. That's another month from now. Then at that point, you would have however many games added to your record. Some teams would start to slip, and this thing, it's the longest yet fastest season in sports. This thing starts to slip a little bit. Then you see, okay, cool. The Clippers right now. The Clippers right now, and to Dave's point, Kyle Draper, who is on the station now more, that he is no longer with us full time. But Kyle Draper, his guy was John Collins, right? The Clippers have been kind of a mess. Kawhi has missed time. He's going to continue to miss some time. But John Collins seems like that isn't a direction that the Kings would go in. But you never know. If you can get a good deal on something, and if the Clippers, the Clippers have a lot of talent. John Collins went from being a chucker on the Jazz to just trying to find his way on this Clippers bench, and you sacrifice it because, hey, we're at the unction, we're going to win championships. But John Collins, that seems like somebody that the Kings wouldn't be targeting. Who knows at that point if some of the price tag makes sense, if it's a DeMar DeRozan or something works there. Hey, Clippers, you want to get older? Here's a DeMar DeRozan. And, he's going to come in and get those buckets for you. If there's somebody that we think could work with Kawhi and James Harden, I don't know about defensively with James Harden and DeMar DeRozan. Now, James Harden has gotten better in his later years, or I guess more effort. Maybe that's something that could happen.
It seems like John Collins has been on the Kings target list for a while now. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's passed. It just kind of seems like that's passed. I do feel like Scott Perry is on the phones in the background doing something. I mean, he got Precious Achiuwa.
Yeah, but he was on his couch.
Right, exactly. I think Scott is working on things in the background. I think right now, though, it's point guard. It's guard. We need to find that point guard because it's just a jumble bucket of guards.
But, Jay, they got their guy.
They said they got their guy in Dennis Schroeder, but
they gave him $15 a year. That's it. We were told, and Brandon knew that we were told, oh, my goodness, you got to watch Dennis Schroeder. We got a guy. We got this. We got that. Okay. And Dennis Schroeder, that's the crazy part. Dennis Schroeder has essentially been Dennis Schroeder. No more, no less. He's had some games where he's been hot, shooting the basketball. He's had some games where he's been not so hot. He is still passing the basketball at a pretty good rate. He is finding guys where he needs to find them. He is a good point guard. We were sold a bill of goods a little bit, and that leads you now, Jay, to sit here and say, talk about point guard. Jay, I don't want to. They ran Dante DiVincenzo in a face mask at point guard and beat the Kings by 30. I don't want to hear about no more point. They got Russell Westbrook dropping triple doubles like it's 09. Now I do what I want. I don't want to hear about any more point guards. That's a bad word on this show.
Well, if we get Ja Morant, what's going to happen with Dennis Schroeder?
He gone. He's got to be gone. He's got to be gone. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast, right? I mean, I think the Kings, you can stash every point guard you want. You just run a whole point guard lineup. Just do that. And they still would say, we need something else. And that's my whole thing about this point guard conversation. I have always felt since day one, the whole thing was overblown. I sat down with Malik Monk on Media Day. New father, by the way. Shout out Malik Monk. I sat down with Malik Monk. I said, look, man, this is on air. You can go check it out. Media Day. Go check it out on YouTube, Sactown Sports app. I said, look, man, between me and you, and obviously, I've gotten to know Malik a little bit, one of the best interviews that you can have. Between me and you, I think this point guard thing is overblown, right? I think that when Malik said, whatever he said at the end of the season, I'm more comfortable at the 2, we can go bring a point guard. Malik wasn't saying he can't dribble, right? Now, Malik struggled as a primary point guard, don't get me wrong. But we can go around the league right now at all these guys. Paolo Banchero, I know they brought in Tyus Jones, but it's these hybrids that maybe the Kings will get if what Dave is saying is accurate, which I have full belief that it is. And maybe they'll get somebody like this during the draft or this draft or next draft, as it's going to take a couple years here. But as we look at these teams, it's these big old hybrid point guards that they're running out. Luka's 6'7", right? You have, obviously, Shea is 6'6". He's obviously a point guard, don't get me wrong. He's just a bigger guy. But the idea that we're running around trying to find these very classic old school point guards, and it's almost a prerequisite. I always got to hit baseball in some form or fashion. So when I was growing up, your leadoff hitter was somebody who had speed, a little bit of pop, right, but could get on base. The 2-hitter was somebody that could bat to ball skills, could bunt, get the leadoff guy over, right? Not a ton of pop. Your 3-hitter was your best hitter. Your 4-hitter was your power hitter. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Things have changed, okay? You got catchers hitting leadoff. You got Nick Kurtz's AL Rookie of the Year, unanimous, 14th in the history of the AL, hitting leadoff, hitting 2. Your 2-hitter is now your best hitter because you want to get him up again, right? That's what the Giants have done with Rafi Devers. That's what all these teams are doing. I think Shohei leads off because he's a freak of nature. Shohei leads off. But the game has changed a little bit, and your 3-hitter is still one of your guys, but now your 3-hitter is kind of your power hitter. And your 2-hitter is now your best hitter. Leadoff is still leadoff, but we've seen ridiculous people, ridiculous players that have made no sense going back in time lead off. And you look through all of these teams that you have, the Rockets, sure, they had Fred VanVleet. He went down. We'll see how much they care about it, getting another point guard. I think the Warriors are another team. People argue that the Warriors don't have a traditional point guard with Steph. Podziemski is a combo guy. Now, I don't know that the Warriors are going to win the whole thing. But besides that, you get to, some of these other teams, and you're looking around saying, who's their traditional guy? I know the Nuggets have Jamal Murray. There was a comparison to De'Aaron Fox back in the day. The Timberwolves, who we talked about, they just said, bleep it. Rob Dillingham can't get on the court. They traded up for him. But the Kings are going so traditional, and it's still not necessarily working. That's the problem. It's not necessarily working. Let's keep the conversation going. Nico Harrison fired by the Mavericks. Would you want anyone from the Mavericks fire sale? Tell ownership to close their eyes because there's a 6'7" shooting guard who's another future Hall of Famer. Stay away. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets.
Tip off at 8, your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Is Sactown Sports 1140.
The holidays can be a time of increased stress for those struggling with opioid or stimulant addiction. They can also be a time for pause, reflection, opportunity, and new beginnings. This holiday season, choose treatment and recovery. Embrace the company of family and friends and create special moments. Find a proven opioid or stimulant addiction treatment provider near you at choosechangeca.org.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Get Black Friday savings during the Happy Honda Days excitement going on now at Stockton Honda, Northern California's best Honda dealer. You'll score big with low payments, top trade-in value, and a huge selection of new Hondas. Don't wait. The clock is ticking at StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
Guys, tired all the time, gaining weight, low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
The mildest summer in 30 years has left AC makers with overstock and far below their sales targets. Your chance for huge savings. Sierra Pacific's partnership with top manufacturers mean exclusive discounts to clear inventory fast. Get premium systems installed flawlessly by friendly pros with ironclad warranties and great discounts with SMUD rebates. Plus, HVAC's tax credits expire December 31st. Call for your complimentary proposal. Visit SierraPacificHome.com.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
Get in on the action at Sky River Casino. With over 80 table games, the hottest slot machines, and a thrilling high-limit room, you'll enjoy a casino experience on a whole new level. Just minutes from Sacramento, right off Highway 99 in Elk Grove. Join in the fun. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Nico Harrison is out as GM for the Dallas Mavericks. It has been quite the ride for Nico Harrison. Okay, Stephen A. on First Take said, who was the person that insisted Luka Doncic needed to go? Sham says it was Nico Harrison. It was Nico Harrison's decision, the pitch, the idea to trade Luka. All right, and Sham says the Mavericks are firing Harrison 9 months after the jarring and stunning Luka Doncic trade, a move for which Dumont took accountability and accepted as a mistake in a courtside interaction with a fan on Monday night because, earlier he had said the Dallas Mavericks and owner Patrick Dumont are expected to fire general manager. So I guess there was an interaction with a fan last night, and Dumont's letter to Dallas fans after firing Nico Harrison. Dear Mavs family, on May 30th, 2024, the Mavericks won the Western Conference Championship. We came up short in the NBA Finals, but we all agreed our future was bright. As fans of this franchise, you have every right to demand a commitment to success from us. No one associated with the Mavericks organization is happy with the start of what we all believed would be a promising season. You have high expectations for the Mavericks, and I share them with you. When the results don't meet expectations, it's my responsibility to act. I've made the decision to part ways with general manager Nico Harrison. Though the majority of the 2025-2026 season remains to be played, I know our players are deeply committed to a winning culture. This decision was critical to moving our franchise forward in a positive direction. I understand the profound impact these difficult last several months have had. Please know that I'm fully committed to the success of the Mavericks. Thank you for your support. Thank you for holding us accountable. And thank you for your passion and for your patience. You deserve transparency and a team that reflects your spirit. Our goal is to return winning basketball to Dallas and win championships. Our family is committed to that mission and to continuing to invest in Dallas and the Mavericks' future. Please join me in continuing to cheer on our players and support all of those who work to make this organization the best it can be. Go Mavs! Thank you, Patrick. From Patrick Dumont as he moves on from Nico Harrison. Mavericks personnel reportedly felt that playing at home was harder than being on the road because of the overwhelming fire Nico chants. That is from Jake Fisher. And man, oh man, they can finally move forward. And the question now becomes, are they going to necessarily do the, hey, we're going to survive thing until Kyrie gets back? Obviously, that's a longer stretch than Keegan Murray, or are they going to sell? So if they are going to sell, is there anyone as Kings fans that you would be interested in? Look, man, I made the joke before the break. Keep Klay Thompson away. Great career. He's having a great end of his career. But please, off the court, I should say. But please do not even think about it for 2 seconds. I got the trade generator up just to see what's popping. And you get Anthony Davis, 3 years at $54 million a year. Kyrie Irving, 3 years. He just he did the decline thing, which we don't know if the Kings are going to do, if somebody's going to do with Zach LaVine, but he declined his option, lowered the AAV, but then signed an extension for 3 more years at $36 million a year. Kyrie is 33. Anthony Davis is 32. Klay Thompson is 35. 2 more years at $16 million a year. You got Daniel Gafford at 26 years old. 4 years, 14.3. Look, man, who cares about spacing? Just run Domas out there with Daniel Gafford, right? PJ Washington was somebody I was really interested in, but he signed that extension, and it was a pretty good one for both sides, I would say. So he's shut down for the year. Cannot get your hands on PJ Washington right now, at least when the season ends. That's a different story. Najee Marshall is somebody that we've had conversations about before. 2 years, $9 million a year at 2 years. Hey, man, I mean, again, if this team, according to Carmichael Dave, isn't really – now, this wouldn't be big fish hunting, but I don't know what the Mavs would want back. Maybe an expiring contract. Would they do and Dario's got that player option. I mean, would they do Dario's at $5 million, just find a way to $9 million and, turn that into 2 expiring contracts at $9 million? Would you do, Eubanks has been these guys are on minimum deals. Find a way to get there. But Najee Marshall intrigued me prior to. These are all guys that De'Aaron just wanted one of them. Max Chrissy, I think he's a good young talent, only 22. He might be riding it out with Cooper Flagg, to be honest, at 22 years old. Derek Lively, another guy, only 21. That might be the next phase of it. Keep D'Angelo Russell away from the 916, please, with all your might. Jaden Hardy, only 23 years old. I don't think they'd be willing to move on from him. Dwight Powell, 1 year, $4 million. So I don't know. I mean, Caleb Martin's out there too. He's always a name that's connected. 3 years at $9 million. He's a forward, but he only goes about 6'5". I just feel like Neat Clifford's already here. So I don't know, man. The fire sale would be cool. It would be PJ Washington, but they just signed him to an extension. Very funny that they signed PJ to this extension, and he's only 27, but he's basically, going to be a backup, if you will, to Cooper, and it's not a crazy price tag for an extension. But, yeah, there's really nobody. I'd bring in Najee Marshall because I think it would help Keegan. He goes about 6'7". He's 27 years old. I think Najee Marshall would probably be the only guy realistically I'd be interested in. Oh, my goodness. Would that call get made for Kyrie? Hey, Jay Woods wants another point guard. Bring him over.
Not necessarily. I'm just thinking, would Ja Morant be a good pickup for the Kings? I'm just kind of that trade.
I mean, look, if they are the Ja Morant conversation before Dave came out with what he came out with today, that was still in my mind if they just were completely, we are not tanking no matter what. But if they're already thinking about it and some of this stuff is getting out, then I would just stay away from Ja. If there was a question as to whether they were going to play this out for 2 more years, as what we've heard before, which they still could do, then I would say, okay, I mean, let's see what happens. But if we're close to, just like me and the FUBU TV, if YouTube was close to breaking, I wouldn't have needed to get FUBU TV, but it doesn't seem like YouTube and ESPN are close, so I went and got it. So if you're close, then just stay where you're at. Keep that same thought process. Don't move. Okay? Like, we had to do the holiday pictures over the weekend, and my toddler, she just kept, hey, just 2 seconds. Just don't move. Let's just take the picture real quick. So that's where I'm at with it. If they truly were not going to tank at all, then I would have at least been more in on the Ja Morant stuff.
I like Dennis Schroeder. I thought it was a great pickup. I thought he was a little expensive. I thought he would work a little bit better with Sabonis in the pick and roll because he is a pick and roll point guard.
Yeah.
It's just the way they're being played right now. It's I'm not sure. I don't know if it's Doug Christie's rotation, but it's not. It doesn't seem like we're getting the most out of Dennis Schroeder right now.
Speaking of rotations, the Kings, they got to be at the top of the list in this regard. The Kings have run how many different lineup combinations in 10 games this year? It's just not sustainable. Which one do you like the best? We'll talk about it on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
The Kings play here, baby.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Team night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner.
Starts at 6:30 with tip-off at 8. Listen to your Sacramento Kings
On the official home of Kings basketball, Sactown Sports 1140.
Around here, Maverick is more than a name. It's who we are. My dad climbed power poles for a living, and he taught me to keep homes running when it gets cold. This November, donate 5 canned foods to our holiday food drive and choose a furnace tune-up or an electrical safety check. We'll collect your cans at the appointment and keep your heat comfy and your lights steady. So the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com. Limited November appointments. Some restrictions may apply.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event participant may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Footballs are flying. The days are getting shorter. Fall is officially here. Will your heater be able to get you through the winter? The heater at Whiteywood shut down last winter, so who did we call? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. We wanted somebody we could trust to do the job right and deliver great value, and Lee's came through. Check them out at leesair.com. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating has built a reputation as the leading HVAC company in Sacramento. We've got a new HVAC system that works great, saves us money month to month. Find out how they can help you at leesair.com. License number 635355.
It's Black Friday sale time at Big O Tires. Get the tires you want for less. Michelin, BF Goodrich, Pirelli, and more. Plus, buy 3, get 1 free on Big O branded tires. Hurry, sale ends December 7th.
Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
Ivan Local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sactown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. We are 15 minutes. 15 minutes from Matt Rife tickets, October 11th, 2026. You heard that right. October 11th, 2026. Plenty of time to plan. Okay, so that's coming up in 15 minutes. If you are on the Sactown Sports app, the brand new Sactown Sports app, it is very smooth. Got video on there now and audio. You can pick how you want to take in not just the Allen Stiles Show, but obviously the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and the Drive Guys with Whitey Gleason. If you're on there, you might want to switch on over if you want a chance. Okay, and Jay, since he's in, he's going to pick that lucky number at 1 o'clock when we give it out, and you'll have an opportunity to win. So it's got to be a record, by the way. And by the way, speaking of records, I mean, Cade Cunningham, 45 on 45, 45 points. He took 45 shots. I mean, you know, the people were having fun with it saying, we talk about that new NBA Twitter account that's just called NBA Tour Dates, right? But they got the W, and that's all that matters. But the Kings have run 8 different lineup combinations, okay, in 10 games this season. Schroeder, Levine, DeRozan, Clifford, Eubanks. Schroeder, Levine, DeRozan, Isaac, Jones, Sabonis. Isaac Jones no longer on the team, by the way. Schroeder, Levine, DeRozan, Ellis, Sabonis. Games 5, and these are starting lineups. Schroeder, Levine, DeRozan, Westbrook, Sabonis. That's games 4, 5, and 7. Schroeder, Levine, DeRozan, Cardwell, Sabonis. Schroeder, DeRozan, Westbrook, Clifford, Eubanks. Schroeder, Levine, DeRozan, Westbrook, Eubanks. And Schroeder, Levine, DeRozan, Achua, and Sabonis. 12 different players have made at least one appearance in the starting lineup. That is something else. That is something else.
Feels like Doug Christie is searching at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay. It definitely feels he's searching. He is looking.
Has Caldwell even played since he started?
Doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like. I mean, Precious basically took his lunch money, and with the G League kicking off, Cardwell, Maxime, that's more so where they're going to be kicking it throughout I don't know about Maxime, but throughout the rest of the season. And Cardwell, you know, good start. He's just got to work on what he's going to be offensively. I know he's probably never going to be a 20-point-a-night guy, as Zach LaVine kind of roasted Rudy Gobert about, but Rudy Gobert is a DPOY, Defensive Player of the Year. So it's a little bit different there. But yeah, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. So if the knock on Doug is that he isn't trying enough, that is incorrect. He is trying. And like Jay Wood said, he is searching. But it is hard to find an answer. And I know how everybody says, well, it's not about the start. It's about the end, right? It's not about the start. It's not about how you start. It's about how you finish. It's about the closing lineup. But I do think there's something to be said about a little bit of continuity and a little bit of consistency. So they've only had the same starting lineup 3 out of the 10 games. Schroeder, Levine, DeRozan, Westbrook, Sabonis, which I think will be, I do wonder, is today the day, and I know I might have jinxed it, right? Because Precious Achua, defensive guy, do you start Precious again? And this is the day that Aaron Gordon finally doesn't hit on Prop Talk? Is this the day that they finally are able to wrangle Aaron Gordon? Could this be the day? Because now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, you got to start. And they lost the game, right?
You have to play Achua.
You probably have to start Achua again. And your job is to try to keep Aaron Gordon from going crazy, because he always goes crazy. That's what it feels like to me. So could we see another version? This would be only the second lineup to be used multiple times, which is another crazy statement. Another crazy statement. Only the second lineup that would have been used multiple times if they go with Levine, DeRozan, Schroeder, Achua, and Sabonis. And how far away are we, as we spent majority of the beginning of the show talking about where we're headed, how far away are we from the Russell Westbrook, as we talk about the immediate, how far away are we from Russell Westbrook taking Dennis Schroeder's lunch money and Dennis Schroeder starting on the bench? I don't know. That immediate spark that Russ, I mean, there's no way Russ can't, there's no way Russ gets only 16 minutes again. Number one, that's crazy. So you can't only get 16 minutes. So starting or not starting, the way Russ has been playing, you can't keep him to 16 minutes. I don't know how that happens. I know it ended up being a blowout, but he should have got to his 20 before that even happened, maybe more than that. So those are the different combinations that the Kings have had, and the one that feels the best. I mean, if you look at their record, and there's not a lot of wins to kind of speak on right now, but if you look at their record and who has the most wins, right, or which lineup has the most wins, I mean, you got to go back to their 3-7. So there's only 3 wins. So I know that, well, they lost that first game. So that game 2, they won because that was the Jazz, okay?
What was that lineup?
That was Schroeder, Levine, DeRozan, Isaac Jones, and Sabonis. So that lineup is no longer possible because Isaac Jones is no longer on the team. The games, and then you had the games 4, 5, and 7, okay? So 4, 5, and 7, game 2, game 2 they won. They lost to the Lakers. They lost to the Thunder. So game 5 they lost. And then game 6, Schroeder, Levine, DeRozan, Cardwell, Sabonis, a guy that's in the G League now. They won that game against the Bucks. And then the last game was obviously that game 8 against the lowly Warriors, where nobody started because nobody played. So the 3 wins they have, one guy is no longer on the team, one guy is now in the G League, and the other win doesn't even count because nobody played for either team. So we really have no information on what the best version of this starting lineup should be.
And I think that's why it feels like Doug Christie is searching. I mean, you can't fault him for this team. Mm-hmm. He's searching for that rotation. He's searching for those starters that are going to play some defense.
Well, that's going back to the whole Keon Ellis thing. And I think everybody has an eye on Keon Ellis tonight. It's another home game, Jay. So those chants might be raining down again.
I expect to hear him. To me, this is not Doug Christie's fault at this point. You got to give him time to cook. You got to give him time to find his rotation. You got to give him time to find his guys.
You don't think it's his fault that Keon's not playing?
Now, the rotations, the rotations are a little, he needs to get his rotations down.
Yeah.
Which I believe is what some of the fans are saying as well. There's no reason for Russell to only, like you said, only to play 16 minutes. He has to be in there, especially the way he plays defense.
Yeah.
And the way he won that other game, really, I don't know, I don't think it's Doug Christie's coaching. He has to find those rotations, though. He has to find his starters.
Yeah.
And a lot of people say it's not just about the starters. It's about who plays the rest of the game, who finishes the game. But to me, that's, that goes down to rotation,
Well, look, Christian Brown is a little beefier than Keon, right? But Christian Brown, when it turns into a conversation of, hey, kind of these small forward guards, here's the thing about Keon. He is a bit limited in who he can guard, right? He can guard point guards, of course, but some of these point guards big as hell. And that's the other thing, right? Keon can't really guard. Tonight, Keon could guard Jamal, but sometimes those shifty guards he struggles with a little bit.
And then that's when you use Russell, right?
And that's when you can use Russell. But, he struggled with the Jalen Brunsons. He's done well against the steps. He fights through screens really well. But these the bigger guards, the James Hardens, it's tough for him. And some of these shiftier guards, it's tougher too. So Keon is by no means perfect, but he's still better than what you're putting out there. Now, what you're putting out there might be getting paid more than Keon, but you got to win basketball games. And Carmichael Davis, somebody says on the 209, I think Scott might be forcing Doug's hand to play certain players from the 209. Carmichael Dave, I don't know. But Carmichael Dave this morning said that he believes that this is all Doug. And this is Doug just trying to find his way. We have found our way to the 1 o'clock hour. When we return, Kings versus Nuggets preview. How do they match up? And we have an injury report, the most recent injury report for you as well. And Matt Rife tickets. Okay, so come on over if you're in the Sactown Sports app, 916-339-1140. You got to wait for me to give you that lucky number, though. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets.
Tip off at 8, your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Is Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The year was 1948. The Sacramento Symphony was founded. Harry Truman was president, and Jerry Mathers from Leave It to Beaver was born. And Walter Keyes opened his first Naturewood home furnishing store 77 years ago on 25th and Broadway. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with Golf to Go. All those many years ago, the Keyes family promised integrity and quality in serving families just like yours and mine. Near as I can tell, Walter would have been pretty proud to know that those same values are evident today at Naturewood Home Furnishings. The Naturewood team takes great pride and significant effort to offer Northern California families a vast selection of home furnishings. Furnishings that not only last for generations, but also lead to everlasting memories of cherished times. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings now during their Veterans Day Save the Tax sale and get started making your own brand of memories. The Keyes family would love to hear them. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home with a 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heat and Air. Right now, breaking news, they're upgrading their offering to include plumbing, bringing that same expertise and experience to the plumbing space. They're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy Home Pros. You hear me talk about them as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get second opinions on any HVAC service or replacement, and now you can get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. They'll come out to your house for free, and they'll give you a second opinion and almost certainly save you money. Oh, but wait, there's more. With winter coming up, how about a free furnace special? With full system installation, you're getting a free furnace, not a discounted furnace, a free furnace, and up to $4,000 in rebates while that funding lasts. So get there right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and essentially located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
We have hit the 1 o'clock hour, and Domantas Sabonis, 19 minutes ago from our guy Sean Cunningham, Domantas Sabonis is available tonight as the Kings host the Nuggets, looking for a little bit of payback against the Nuggets, which is where he suffered his rib injury. Devin Carter, though, will be out due to illness. What are we doing with Devin Carter, by the way? Free Devin Carter. And I know early on look, I'm not even going to lie. I didn't get the Devin Carter pick. I didn't understand it. Not that Dalton Knecht is playing any better or playing period.
I didn't like the pick at all.
In LA. But now that he's here, free my man. Free my man, Devin Carter. I do think that he can bring something to somebody's table. Maybe not the Kings, but yeah, it's just it's a tough situation. What a bizarre, and maybe I feel for him because, like I've said before, I got recruited by a school, Temple University, and then that coach who recruited me ended up parting ways with the school. We'll say it like that. So me and all the other recruits were just kind of there as they brought in a new coach. And it's just a weird feeling. And I would imagine that's kind of how Devin feels because it's a new GM. It's not the GM that drafted you. It's not the coach that was there when you were drafted. And Devin is just kind of not lost, but he's just kind of floating out there. He's been in trade talks this whole time. And I get it. These guys get paid millions. I know. But free my man Devin, man. We want to see him cook. All right. Be the first to win a pair of tickets to see comedian Matt Rife bring his newly announced Stay Golden World Tour to Golden One Center on October 11th. Jay, we're looking for caller number. What caller, Jay?
My lucky number 6.
Caller number 666 at 916-339-1140 to win one of the first pairs of tickets to see comedian Matt Rife at Golden One Center on October 11th, 2026. That's caller number 6, caller number 6, caller number 6, caller number 6, 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140. So you can just have them, and then you just got them stashed, right, for a whole year. I'm going to see Ty Dolla $ign this weekend. It's our first day out since having the second kiddo. So we're going to have a nice dinner out there. And we're going to go see Ty Dolla $ign, who G-Eazy is just still around. No disrespect to my Bay Area guy, G-Eazy. But G-Eazy is just still around. So G-Eazy is going to be there with Ty Dolla $ign. And I created a countdown, these free countdown apps. So I send it to my wife when our toddler is being a toddler. I'll say it like that. Hey, just look at the countdown. We're count down to this Friday. That's all we got. So you can start your countdown to see Matt Rife, and it'll have a whole year on it. 916-339-1140. It looks like Jay Woods has the winner for today, but we have multiple chances throughout the week. Technically 3 more, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So be sure to keep calling in as Jay Woods seems to have picked the winner for tonight. So, or for today. So we got some text that we'll read through, but we were discussing what the Kings have done so far. Will it be another new starting lineup, or will they run back a lineup that got smacked up and down the court against the Minnesota Timberwolves? Look, it still made probably the most sense. So I would expect to see the same lineup tonight, the same starting lineup. Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Dennis Schroeder, Precious Achiuwa, and Domantas Sabonis. I would expect maybe Dennis Schroeder to play less if it ain't going. I would expect maybe him to play less. It's possible they go to the Russell Westbrook thing tonight, but Yeah, I think they got one more in them where they're going to see, hey, okay, we got another chance here to do some damage. We got another chance here to show who we are with this lineup, which, didn't really get you blinked and you went and grabbed a sandwich or did something. If you believe that maybe last time was a fluke, whatever it was, then you go with that starting lineup. Because the other way to look at this is, what would you do instead, right? So you went with Precious, and I think Neek might not have been available. I think that's why Russ started. Neek might not have been available in that Nuggets game. So maybe Neek wasn't even available. So you have, and I'm just double checking here, but I'm pretty sure that was when they were down bad. So Neek was available. Neek played 19 minutes. They started Russell Westbrook, and that was Dennis Schroeder, Russell Westbrook, Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and they lost by 6. They lost by 6, and they always, most of the time they tend to play Denver tough. So do you put Precious in there? Do you put Neek in there? I think Precious has a better chance bodying up Aaron Gordon, who had his 20 that he just always has against the Kings. But, yeah, instead of that, to me, you're looking at either Neek or is it time to hit the Dennis Schroeder, Russell Westbrook swap button? And, look, I don't really think that – I know Dennis Schroeder hasn't played well, but this whole thing just doesn't make a lot of sense, period. So they're just trying to figure out how to keep their head above water, and that's Doug as well. The 916, the 916 is trying to get me going here. This is from the 916. Hey, Allen, over the summer, everybody was anti-trade Keon for Kuminga. Trust me, 916, I remember. Do you think as of now that was a mistake, seeing as how Kuminga is doing pretty solid this year and how he would have fit better, and Keon is not being used as much? You're trying to get me going, 916, because what a time to be alive. Yes, I do recall that. I was kind of the head of the snake in that realm, and hey, you got to wear what you got to wear, and it is what it is. Now, Jonathan Kuminga does feel like he's cooled off as of late. I know that Steph has missed some games, and the Warriors have actually struggled a little bit. So they haven't been cooking it. They're 6 and I think they started 5-1, and now they're 6-5. And Steph has missed some time. Jimmy has missed some time. But your larger point as to Keon not playing, the other part of it, losing Keon in free agency, which is something that very well could happen. So you know where I'm at with this, 916. I think they should have just included Keon. And it wasn't because I don't like Keon, and it wasn't because I don't think Keon's a good player, right? And Keon maybe more so even fits a typical mold these days than Jonathan Kuminga. But now that they added what? They had already added Schroeder. Then they did not move Malik. Then they go on to add Russell Westbrook. It just makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I knew at that time. I'll never forget, because I was at a River Cats game doing my MC thing, and I was getting fried by Kings fans. Absolutely fried by Kings fans. And I'm getting fried by them. Meanwhile, I'm checking my phone, Jay Woods. Meanwhile, we're doing water balloon toss in the second inning. Then the inning ends, so the game is going on. I take a look, getting fried again. Now we got to do the donut eating contest. Just getting fried by Kings fans about this.
Because you wanted Kuminga?
Because I said it is possible that Keon could be included, right? And everybody said the idea of that would be malpractice. There were comparisons to the Mavs trading Luka. That's where we were at.
I would take that trade all day. I mean, I just don't think the Golden State Warriors wanted to do it. They have enough guards. It was more of what we needed than what they needed.
I think they would have taken Keon, and we don't have to get into the nooks and crannies of it all, but a defensive guy that can shoot the three ball. Podziemski, you could just make him a point guard more so than, the kind of combo stuff he's doing now. Obviously, you still have Moses Moody. You wouldn't have Kuminga. You would have gotten Keon in return. It would have been more than Keon, don't get me wrong, but with that cheap contract, they would have been able to be flexible with certain things. So, yeah, 916. I'm very aware. The 916 from our guy, Jeff. Jeff says, Devin Carter is a bust. No one will trade for him. Stop talking about him. Dang, Jeff. You got a problem with Providence? What? You don't like Fryer? What did Devin Carter do to you? Look, man. Did he play enough to be a bust? I don't think so. And this is coming from me. And I wanted Dalton Connect. I don't know if Dalton Connect played enough to be decided whether he's a bust or not. That had some venom on it. I don't know what he did. Does Devin Carter kind of just represent? Is he like the last face of Monty McNair? Is that why fans don't like him?
Pretty much. I think he thought he would be another Davion Mitchell, and it has not panned out that way.
I don't think he's had a chance. And look at Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell didn't really be Davion Mitchell. That's why they moved him. That's why he balling out. He's on stop number 2 now. From Toronto, now he's in South Beach. And he's having a good time out there. He's balling.
Yeah, he's doing good out there.
What's funny is this is how it goes back to culture. And how some cultures work and some cultures haven't worked yet. I won't say that it's not working, but haven't worked yet. And the Heat, I don't know what the Heat are going to be. They're kind of in this weird spot. But, look, outside of the Terry Rozier thing, which we're not going to get into, but Davion Mitchell, they moved on from him, okay? Then he gets moved again to the Heat. And I get it, these are only a couple players here. Another guy you have is Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins, they move him. That all happened in that Jimmy Butler deal. 2 guys that their team said, we can do better than you. Andrew Wiggins, we know who you were in 2022. We haven't seen that since 2022. We can be better than you. And it's going to be a couple other guys, not just Andrew Wiggins, but for the most part, Jimmy Butler had taken, it's an upgrade at that position. Norman Powell, they go out, get Norman Powell. The Clippers, we have bigger fish to fry. Thank you, Norman. I don't know if we're still making Normans, but thank you, Norman Powell. It was a good run in 2025. We can do better than you. Davion Mitchell, thank you for what you did. They didn't even get anything back, really. The Kings didn't, but we can do better than you. We will send you to Toronto to kick it with Drizzy. So these guys, and I get it, the rest of these guys are either drafted or, acquired in a different way. Khalil Ware, that was really the miss. Khalil Ware was really the miss of that 2023 draft. That was the actual miss. Okay, or 2024 draft. That was the actual miss. Because that dude is shooting step-back threes now and is looking like a baller. And I talked to somebody who is close with the Indiana Circle, and he said, Allen, you guys got to get this guy. There are motor questions, but you guys got to get this guy. And that's not what the Kings did. They're not alone. And Khalil Ware seems to be one of the hits from that draft. So you have that. And then outside of that, you just signed Jovic to a very, I would say, a pretty team-friendly deal. So they're able to lock him down. But the other guys, the Norman Powells and dudes like that, hey, we think we can do better than you. We're moving on from you. Thank you for your time. So Davion Mitchell, to me, and some of it is just fit. That's what's so weird, though. Let's just rewind here. Davion Mitchell got Wally pipped by Keon Ellis. Then Keon Ellis can't find the floor, even though they've moved on from Davion Mitchell. This is the type of stuff as to why the Kings get clowned. Like that right there. And Davion Mitchell is not and I guess you could say Keon got Wally pipped by Schroeder and Westbrook. I don't know. just by the team in general.
And it's different coaches too, but I don't know. Keon should be on the court. He's the perfect D&3 guard.
Yeah. Yeah, and somebody bring it up. Of course, you can't talk about the point guards without Halliburton, but we can even move past Halliburton. We know that. We know how, and again, made a decision to move on from Halliburton for De'Aaron Fox. Cool. Only problem is De'Aaron Fox had the Riverwalk with Wembanyama, who probably grew 3 inches throughout this show right now. So the decisions that are being made, you just got to stand on something. The Kings do not stand on business. They don't. They make decisions as if they're going to stand on business, and then a couple years later, not even years later, a year later, a couple months later, they do not stand on business. And you have Carmichael Dave here, who the speculation reporting, what could now come to fruition. Again, another example of them not standing on business. We're moving on from Tyrese. We're moving on from Tyrese. De'Aaron's our guy, regardless of however it felt. Hey, some people said that, well, the Pacers just wanted Tyrese, not De'Aaron Fox. Who cares? Whatever. De'Aaron's our guy. We gave him, or he's looking for an extension. This is Sacramento. It's hard to get free agents. Did not stand on business. Okay? Mike Brown. There was weird energy when it came to Mike Brown's contract. They ended up extending him anyway. Mike Brown didn't have a fully healthy team. Let's not forget, last season, DeMar went down. That's when De'Aaron was scoring 100 points in 2 days, right? De'Aaron was scoring 100 points in 2 days, and they did not have their whole squad. 30 games in, did not stand on business. Mike Brown, you're canned. Knowing, and that, again, going back to the Halliburton thing, knowing that De'Aaron was connected to Mike Brown, so you did not stand on business. Now you've moved on from De'Aaron Fox. And then you have the mini moves that you've made. Hey, Keon he's doing it for us, man. Sorry, Davion. Can't get time. We're going to move on from Davion. Now we're going to go with Keon. Now Keon can't get time. Did not stand on business. Okay? So each and every step of the way, they just continue to not stand on business. If you're going to make a decision, and that's what your parents always tell you. That's what my parents told me. Hey, Al, you're going to make some mistakes. We just want you to make your own mistakes. And if you stand for something, you either stand for something or fall for nothing. That's what everybody tells us, right? That's what my mom told me. And if you are going to make these decisions, at some point you have to see it through. Now, at the beginning of the season, there's no appetite to tank, okay? Then they get their butts whooped. Now, all of a sudden, Carmichael Dave just happens to have a percolating speculation that maybe the Kings could tank. Not standing on business. Time and time again. 916-339-1140. TC always stands on business. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Hey, what's up, big dog? So, hey, we're talking about trade packages, right? So we're talking about the three guys that have to go or in the making of leaving. Domas, Zach, and DeMar. It's probably going to be Dennis at some point, but we're going to fall back on Dennis, right? So let's talk about Domas, bro. This trade package I like that 3-team trade that was online from Brett Siegel. I got Domas going to follow his dad's footsteps in Portland, right? So I got Domas and Devin in a 2027 second rounder going to Portland for Jeremy Grant, Robert Williams, and Chris Murray. Listen to me. The reason I'm doing this deal because not only is the money cheaper for the next 2 years on Jeremy Grant, and in my opinion, Jeremy Grant fits his team better. Not only is he a wing, he can also play up. Chris Murray and Robert Williams are expiring contracts, but those are guys you can bring back on like a deal, especially in Chris Murray. He's a wing that we need. Robert Williams is a backup center that we can use. You can get both them dudes on like a 2-year player deal. team option or however you want to weigh it out. But think about that trade, bro. That's like a move that I believe Scott Perry would make, in my opinion, dog. And then we'll work Zach and DeMar out later.
Thanks for the call, TC. I think the issue is, I'm trying to remember, Jay. I was trying to remember as he was talking. I just think the return might be an issue for me for Domantas Sabonis, because I don't think he didn't say any picks in return. You got Jeremy Grant at $32 million.
I think he did say one pick in 27.
I think that was going.
Oh,
I don't know if that was coming. Maybe I got it wrong.
And then he wants to give Sabonis up, but then that just the center issue.
I like the idea. Well, you're getting Robert Williams, but he said Robert Williams would back up. But who is Robert Williams backing up? Eubanks?
Right. He would be the starter unless you start.
And I don't.
Saric.
Is he playing? That dude never plays.
You'd have to start Saric.
Him and Matisse Thybulle just been on the Blazers team for it feels like 7 years and just not playing. But I'm not. The Jeremy Grant thing, I do agree. You need somebody like Jeremy Grant. Here's the other thing. If you're the Blazers, I think the Blazers are closed for business right now. They're feeling good about what they got going on. And they got Klingon. They just moved on from DeAndre Ayton. And the other guy that they added, Yang Hansen, people aren't too thrilled with Yang Hansen because, it seems like the Blazers maybe – we'll see. He hasn't played a ton, but people seem – I've read some things with the Blazers fans saying we could have had somebody that could help us right now since it does seem like we are moving in that direction, and Yang Hansen is not going to help them right now. Maybe he turns into something, but he's not going to help them this season specifically, and There's a whole development plan, and you went pretty high up to get him. So I don't know where that falls, but you do have two centers already, so you're going to bring in Domas. You're going to take that money. I don't think it's ridiculous, and somebody says Blazers regret in passing on Cedric Coward, who's been balling for the Grizzlies, as Yang Hansen becomes unplayable. That is from the Rip City Project. So, yeah, I guess Domas, you're not, whatever is going to happen with Yang Hansen is going to happen, but I don't know. I think I'm struggling with the return, TC.
Yeah, we can get a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
Than what TC is, because Sabonis should be able to get at least a pick or another star back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and to that point, Trey on the text line from the 510, shout out to 510, says, how hard will it be to move Sabonis? I think that's the move we should make and start tearing it down. I know we won't get back the value, but if we can pick up a rotation, no player, and draft picks could be worth something. Yeah, maybe that's TC's thinking. I just don't think we're going to get back that much for Domantas Sabonis, so this feels like enough. And TC, let me know if we were getting a 2027 pick or if that was going out. Because, Jeremy Grant, Robert Williams, again, no clue if Robert Williams is even playing, and you're giving up a pick, I don't think I could do that. On the other side, we have the injury report as we get you ready. Now, it could obviously change as it's only 1:30, as we get you ready for Kings Nuggets, and we are getting closer to Jay Woods and his premiere, his debut of Prop Talk. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
The Kings play here, baby. Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Key night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner.
Starts at 6:30 with tip-off at 8. Listen to your Sacramento Kings
On the official home of Kings basketball, Sactown Sports 1140.
This Sactown Sports 49ers report is being brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. San Francisco falls at home to LA on Sunday, 42-26. Matt Stafford, a huge game for LA. He threw for 4 touchdown passes in the victory. For San Francisco, they fall 2 games back of LA now in the standings. LA and Seattle atop the division lead. Next up for San Francisco, they're in Arizona on Sunday.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options. Heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento is offering a comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value for just $99. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends November 30th. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
The holidays can be a time of increased stress for those struggling with opioid or stimulant addiction. They can also be a time for pause, reflection, opportunity, and new beginnings. This holiday season, choose treatment and recovery. Embrace the company of family and friends and create special moments. Find a proven opioid or stimulant addiction treatment provider near you at choosechangeca.org.
The game's not till 8. So we will double check from Whitey whether or not he's going as long as normal. We would talk to Whitey in about 15 minutes and get you ready for Kings Nuggets. So we have Jay Woods in today, all right, and he is in for Kyle Ledbetter, who Kyle Ledbetter is in for Chris Verlade. So normally, Jay, we have the Guess the Spread segment. So, or, you know, just a little game we do in guessing the spread. And tonight, I'm looking at it right now, okay, because I didn't want to close my eyes while trying to do the show. But Jay Woods, do you want to guess the spread for tonight?
Well, this one's kind of a difficult one. I mean, they're at home.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing Denver, we already know. And they're coming off of 2 back-to-back blowouts.
Right.
So this one is kind of hard for me to call. So I don't know. Maybe do you want to call the spread? What do you think?
I'm looking at it.
Oh, you're looking at the spread.
I'm looking at it.
So if it's going by Vegas, I'm going to say Vegas probably has the Nuggets beating us by probably about, I'd say about 6-8, something like that.
Which one is it?
I'm going to say, coming off these 2 blowouts, I'm going to say we're at home. I'll go 6.
Oh, you were so close. The line is 8.5.
Oh, I should have stuck with 8.
Yeah, line is 8.5. Nuggets are favored by 8.5. Domantas Sabonis is available. That is from, and that's something that I've really paid attention to now when we kind of talk about these prop talks and things like that, because available does not mean healthy. Okay, and when you talk about the ban list, and a lot of people got burned by this. When you talk about the ban list, the Seahawks, they had somebody, and this guy has been pretty good, A.J. Barner. All right, he was available for the Seahawks, but he was dealing with a calf injury. Jay Woods, I don't think he ran a route. They brought him in for a tush-push type deal, so he sat there, cooked everyone's parlays, and did not run a route. So I would be very wary when you see available. That does not mean healthy. And why he decided to suit, I guess he suited up for that one tush-push, but did not. I don't think that they targeted him. I don't know that he ran a route. So you got to be careful. Sean Cunningham reporting that Domantas Sabonis available to play tonight. Okay, that is not the same as saying he is healthy. Domantas Sabonis is available tonight when the Kings host the Nuggets. Devin Carter will be out due to illness. So that's from Sean Cunningham. He also has a glimpse inside this morning shoot-around as the Kings prepare for the Nuggets tonight. Keegan Murray in attendance per usual as we near the 1-month mark of his UCL injury to his left thumb. I don't even have the energy to sit there and wonder what happens if Keegan isn't injured to start the season. I have no clue. I have no clue if it's, I think it is better. I don't know how much better if Keegan never gets injured. Obviously, Precious Achiuwa, I don't think is on the team, right? He could have been a backup, but I don't think he's on the team if Keegan was if Keegan was healthy. But I have no clue. If they're 3-7 now, yeah, maybe they win 1 or 2. I don't know. Maybe one more game. I have no clue. I feel like they win. I feel like the only one I can confidently say they win if they had Keegan is maybe 2. Maybe the Suns, or I would say definitely the Suns, number 1, and maybe the Lakers. Maybe having Keegan in there, Austin Reeves ain't dropping 50. So instead of being 3-7, they'd be, maybe 5-5.
Wow, with Keegan Murray back, huh?
That would look a little different. I don't know if Dave is reporting on what he's reporting on. If they were 5-5, I'll tell you that much right now.
So it sounds like they're just waiting for Keegan Murray to get back and everything will be all right?
Trying to keep their heads above water, and will they have the time to do that? Dylan Cardwell inactive, G League, and Aaron Gordon probable with his hamstring, Jamal Murray probable calf. So looks like the Nuggets will be fully loaded. As we mentioned, the Nuggets are winners of 4 straight. So the Nuggets have been kind of cooking lately, and they're basically games that they should be winning. After this, the Nuggets have the Kings tonight. Then they go to L.A. to take on the Wall and the Intuit Dome and the Clippers. Then they head to Minnesota. Then they host the Bulls. Then they go to New Orleans, and they go to Houston to take on the Rockets. Then they get the Kings again. And then they get the Grizzlies in Memphis. They host the Spurs, and they go to Phoenix. And then they host the Mavericks. Then they go to the Pacers. This is a pretty soft stretch for the Nuggets. This is where you could see the Nuggets, as we were looking at the Western Conference standings earlier. This is where you could see the Nuggets take kind of to me, this is where if you're the Nuggets, hey, we need to make some moves here. As you're looking at the Thunder at 10-1, the Spurs at 8-2, and the Nuggets at 7-2. Yeah, the Nuggets at the very least, they're going to have a head-to-head matchup very early on, of course, but a head-to-head matchup with the Spurs. So in that situation, they're saying, hey, we could take a 2 seed early. The Lakers are not far behind at 8-3. Rockets are 6-3. Timberwolves 7-4. Warriors 6-5. They just got out of the basement. The Warriors are 5-5 in their last 10. All the other teams ahead of them have winning records in their last 10. How about the Suns? The Suns have won 3 straight. They're 6-5. The Blazers have lost 2 straight. Both those teams, all 3 of those teams, including the Warriors, 7-8-9, are 5-5 their last 10. The Grizzlies are 3-7 their last 10. And the Kings, like we talked about, have lost 2 straight. The Jazz have lost 3 straight. The Clippers have lost 5 straight. 5 straight games for the Clippers. So very early on, but this stuff matters. And you got to think the Nuggets are going to be hunting for blood tonight. They see a kind of wounded animal a little bit. All these reports get aggregated that, this is what we always talk about, the dead man walking. Are we about to enter, and I'm not saying it's because of Carmichael Dave. They might have already been here. But are we about to enter the dead man walking stage, which is how it kind of felt last season, and that's why I feel bad for Kings fans, which is how it kind of felt last season when you knew De'Aaron was getting traded, and we were all just kind of waiting for it to happen, and I think De'Aaron was injured a little bit during that time. Are we about to enter the dead man walking stage? I think we will know a lot in the first half of this game. The first half, I don't even need to see the second half. The first half of this game will tell me all I need to know whether or not this team is getting closer to that dead man walking phase.
Well,
where
if they come out flat like they did against the Timberwolves, that's going to tell you a lot right there.
This is it.
Some of these teams, I don't think we expected the Suns, the Blazers, maybe even the Grizzlies to be better than the Kings. Mm-hmm. It is still early, but I also don't think we expected the Clippers and the Mavericks to be so far down either.
No, and the problem is you kind of flip – you kind of flip the Mavericks and the Grizzlies, which I was never high on the Grizzlies, but the Mavericks and the Grizzlies, and then you just add, that's the problem with the West. Now you just add in the Spurs and the Blazers. And I tried to will the Spurs and the Blazers from being good, but the Spurs and the Blazers are good. And
they were probably good, 8-2 in second place right now.
Yeah, the Blazers haven't ran away with it. I mean, the Blazers started out really hot, and they're 6-5 now. So
Blazers are 5-5.
Okay, the Blazers are 5-5. So it's not necessarily like the Blazers have just set the world on fire yet, but I think it's how it looks, and it does seem like, again, these younger teams, like the Nuggets. I know the Nuggets aren't old, but the Clippers and the Warriors and the Lakers, those teams need to start out hot because they're not going to get healthier, right? They want to start out hot the first 30, 40 games of the season, coast during the middle, and then start to get healthy getting into the playoffs. That's what they want to do. And if they're not able to do that, then it's going to be a long road for them. I just realized, Jay Woods, as I mentioned Crosshawk, I'm assuming Whitey is probably at the arena? You at the arena tonight?
I'm not sure.
Well, he ain't here. So on the other side, I think it's going to be Jay Woods and I. Jay Woods' debut at Prop Talk. We also have dog segment. Get your dogs in as well. One more segment with you, Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets.
Tip off at 8, your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Is Sactown Sports 1140.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250. Say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? Sunpoint Public Adjusters can help. Sunpoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call Sunpoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Set it free. Welcome to the Running Man.
In the future, one man must run or die. Glenn Powell stars in The Running Man, the IMAX experience, playing at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento. Get pulled into the madness of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen as the chaos unfolds. Reserve your seat before the clock runs out at IMAX.com/Sacramento. The Running Man, playing now through November 20th at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
The winter service event is on at Maida Subaru. Now is the time to let Maida Subaru get your Subaru road ready for the winter weather with exceptional savings on tires, brakes, wiper blades, and more. See all the service specials at MaidaSubaru.com.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
Well, we got our answer. If you're on the YouTube, you can see if you're in your car or are on the brand new Sactown Sports app, even though you can get video there as well as it has been refreshed. We have the whole crew in here today. Whitey Gleason, Kayla Anderson, and Chris Watkins. And they are taking you up to what I think Ramsey sent me a text. It's a full show because it's a late
full show plus today.
That's right. I thought he said
Full show
6:30.
plus.
So what are you gonna do for that extra 30?
Sing.
Whatever they want.
Whitey's got a new jingle.
I cannot wait.
We'll have to. I'll call you up and see if you can jump on with it.
Sure. Please do that. Yeah. There's nothing more than I would want.
Can I just say real quick? I just have to get this off my chest.
Oh, no.
There is nothing in the world, at least in the world of broadcasting, creepier than Allen Stiles talking about Klay Thompson's love life.
Oh, I was
It is.
listening too.
What?
Because he's dating Meg the Stallion, obviously.
Yeah.
You never mentioned her, though.
I didn't
you
say.
just
I
said
said
off the court.
I said Clay has been having a good time.
Yeah,
off the
exactly.
court.
Yeah.
Well, what's the
He's
problem?
a skeleton. He's just a mere shadow of himself. But he's doing some other things.
But off the court,
He's got his hands full.
He's definitely winning at life.
I mean,
will
he
say
kind of
that.
is.
Hey, keep
No
him away
lies
from
spotted.
Sacramento. Keep him away from
I
Sacramento.
mean, he's a kook. Bring him on.
Hey, yeah. Maybe a couple years ago. Maybe a couple
I
years
know.
ago.
I know.
It's been rough
I know.
on the court, but not off the court.
It is creepy.
Now, it's too late. It's too late. And he might stay at the Kempton Sawyer. All right, I'm done. I promise. I'm done. Did anybody else get FUBU TV like me?
Yes. And then we got charged.
I've been calling it FUBU.
It's FUBU.
You got charged?
Yeah, my brother did. He got it for me to watch ESPN
You're not
stuff.
supposed to charge you for 5 days.
Well, he forgot to cancel it.
Oh, well, see.
That'll do it.
See, I'm about to cancel that bad boy.
Because it's a lot. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Really? I thought the whole
Any of
thing was that it was free.
No,
For 5 days.
for 5 days.
Okay.
Yeah, get Hulu.
Good marketing, I guess.
Hulu TV, live TV.
Yeah, I explained to everyone in the opening segment, which is a perfect time to do it, how I have my Spotify, Hulu, but you cannot upgrade there.
No.
So I got to make a separate
one.
But I do have Disney Plus. So now there's 2 separate entities going on.
I could swear this is like the 7th time I've heard this.
But the problem is, but the problem is Hulu doesn't have a free sample, a free trial.
But you can get it for $64 till February.
Only.
Okay.
So
Well, I mean, that's
okay.
pretty much what I'm paying for YouTube.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
right? And you get it till February.
Yeah.
February.
I think YouTube TV is like $72.99 now.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, but you got $20 voucher.
Oh, that's stupid. And then I got to watch that
Cool.
stinker last night
Ugh.
with Jordan Love just running around. Oh, my gosh. Give
I
me a
can't stand
break.
Jordan Love because he's just like this the whole time.
You're the one that, Whitey, you're the one that said
whole time,
the
Alan.
Green Bay Packers. Didn't you say that they were a dark horse?
I would have said they're more than a dark horse. I mean, if we're being honest, but their quarterback
But you
drives
don't
me
like,
nuts.
yeah. I
Show
think,
a little bit like, hey, let's go. But
No, you know who gets me? And
He's like a turtle.
I pay attention to this guy more because, and I guess stoic would be the word. He's on my fantasy team. I have no clue if Marvin Harrison Jr. likes football.
I'm with you there.
No clue.
Yeah.
Zero
in
clue.
Arizona for some reason.
Yeah, and I don't know if Kyler I don't think
Exactly.
Kyler. I don't
No.
think any of them like football.
No. Under that coach, Gannon.
Yeah.
He seems like nobody would love to play football under him.
Like, because that was part of the afternoon slate. Because it was Seahawks, right? And they were getting their butts whooped.
Yeah.
So I guess it, hard game to be into.
Handed.
But he misses it's just like
It's a little
ho
weird.
hum. It just is. Do you like football? Do you enjoy what you're doing?
If Tyler doesn't like football, we have a spot for him here in Sacramento.
It's a no, they don't. No, they don't. I like Denzel
Play a
Clark.
little baseball.
By the way, 14th unanimous AL rookie ever. That is Nick Kurtz. Whitey, I'm assuming you know this because I don't, and I didn't get a chance to look it up. The
Andrew
last
Bailey.
time.
The last time an A's player?
No.
Oh.
The last time a team finished first and second in the Rookie of the Year vote.
Yeah, I'd have to look that up. I'm not sure.
Specifically when one was not a pitcher. I thought that was incredibly impressive. I thought Jacob Wilson, we had him on the show. Didn't get a chance to have Nick Kurtz on the show yet, but we had Jacob Wilson on the show. Everybody thought it was going to be him. He got hurt a little bit, kept getting hit in the hand.
Well, he overcame the Styles curse because you had him on and his numbers.
No, he got hit by the hand. He got hit in the hand.
Tanked.
No, he got hit in the hand.
And then he was able to overcome that, or he probably, if it weren't for the Allen Stiles Show,
No.
he probably would have won the MVP.
He was not beating Nick Kurtz.
Well, he was ahead of him for a while there.
He was.
Yeah.
Nick Kurtz was doing some
Why do you
things.
think Kurtz didn't come on the show?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what, Al? I'll see you in the offseason.
First time since 2022, Michael Harris II and Spencer Strider for the Atlanta Braves.
Gotcha. But that was position
Pitcher.
player.
Yeah, that's
pitcher.
true.
2 position
So
players.
two
That's
position-
that also just means your team kind of stinks too, I
Little
guess.
bit, yeah.
Because why are you in that position?
Yeah.
There's a segue there, but I'm not going to do it. Chris, how you feeling about the Kings?
Oh, God. Dang,
Speaking of-
that was rough.
I'll tell you what, I wish it wasn't an 8 p.m. start so I can get to bed earlier. But
Are you
I don't got
serious?
kids
It was
or
like,
nothing, and I'm like, please.
Are you
Yeah,
serious?
8 p.m.'s crazy. But I think it's gonna be a long night for all of us.
Oh,
What
no.
did you think of? Because you've had a couple hours now. Because I got to come in hot right after Dave was.
You honestly,
he started
you
at 5 in
texted us
the
at,
morning.
you texted us very early this morning into the group chat. Like, is Dave on to something?
Yeah, I mean,
what is Dave cooking?
Him just on right there on the rope. It's a report. It's not a report.
Yeah, I was trying to
Somebody
explain
quote
it
tweeted
earlier.
it, and he said they said, "Is it a report or just speculation?"
Yes.
Dave just said yes.
Yes, exactly.
Where are you at with all of this?
I really don't have a good answer. I was trying to explain it to both Whitey and Kayla outside. Like I think it's true. I think it's the correct direction to go. I'm just not 100% certain that Dave is out here. I don't think he woke up this morning with the intention of like, I'm going to put everyone on to what I
Hoop
know.
Central.
And that is, I think it's not a hard conclusion to reach. I think that it's very clear from anyone who's watched these games, like this team, clearly whatever they were trying to cook up is not working. And I don't know. Yeah, I think the general statement that Dave gave of like the Kings are pretty much at this point ready to dance if anyone wants to dance. I think that's more what I'm taking from it than, Dave actually coming out and saying, like, in 2 weeks, the Kings are going to look completely different.
May I share something with you on that? My view?
Yes.
Could be wrong, but I mentioned this to my partners earlier. Dave, for the better part of a year, has been talking about how he wants the Kings to do something. What word would you use? What word did he use to describe it? I want the Kings to what?
Tank.
For the better part of a year. Yes. What's a word that teams that are rebuilding never use? Teams.
Tank.
Right. What word did Dave use today to describe what the Kings are going to be doing?
Did he say rebuild? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Rebuild.
He didn't say tank. I think he's getting a word from high on the mountaintop. I really do.
Well, I said this, as some people were saying.
Chris disagrees with me, and I don't.
No,
I don't know for a fact, but
I think that is also true.
I think a
I
mix
just
of
don't
both.
know. I'm just more saying
Sure.
I don't know if Dave again woke up this morning with the intention of I'm going to put everyone to that knowledge. But I definitely, I mean, anyone who's been paying attention to Dave for his entire career can tell you Dave obviously knows some things.
You also said
And talks to some
like
people.
the December specific.
Yeah.
That's where I
like,
was at
That's
with
what
it.
was a little bit interesting. Like,
Yeah.
man, they're gonna give you like
Yeah.
this month.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I would say I'm with you, Whitey, just because. Let's just say I'm with you, and I would say Dave doesn't
with
make
him.
stuff up, and then I'm with Whitey.
There you go.
Crazy. I would say that Dave doesn't make stuff up. Number one,
we cut that?
and number two, when you look at what Dave likes to talk about, he'd rather be talking about his roast with a little
was
bit
gonna
of
say burritos.
pineapple
Yeah,
on top,
yeah.
you know, and you got to put
Favorite
enough
salads.
brown sugar
Right.
to make sure that it burns correctly. When Dave decides to do the sports radio thing, normally there's a reason. Because he'd rather just talk about some random stuff, dude.
there also, as far as I know, has been zero pushback on anything he said.
I'll check in. I got some calls to make after the show.
Yeah, you do.
Got to double check them sources.
I got some.
I got to call Clay Thompson.
I got to call.
Yeah, call Clay. Let me
not
know-
call
let
Clay.
me know how it is going.
I got to call
You know,
one
off the
Clay
court.
Thompson to see what's going on. Jay Woods, let's get to a little bit of
Doing a
prop
job
talk.
today, by the way.
Great job from Jay Woods. Jay Woods getting to a little prop talk. By the way, I said I can't say this on the record, but off the record, all the Kings are banned.
Okay.
They're
I
all
heard
banned.
that.
No, they're all banned, man. I mean, you can't trust them.
Russ?
Dang.
Russ, no. He's the
I was
bread
gonna
and
say,
butter.
I'm like, he's
all we
rain or
got.
shine.
He's
Yeah.
all we got. He's all we got. As far as who else there, oh my goodness.
You
Can I
have
take
to go
Aaron
for
Gordon
tonight.
again?
Yeah, you have
Oh,
Aaron
boy.
Gordon. Look at Jokic, just total numbers.
You know what? I'm just gonna play the averages. Dennis Schroeder, 12.5. He scored 5 points
Oh,
his
okay,
last
sure.
2 games combined.
Yeah.
Something's got to give here.
Is that points or missed jump shots?
Wow,
Yeah.
this
No,
guy.
Him over here.
He's the one that said he doesn't feel comfortable.
Yeah,
right.
I'm not comfortable taking him, but I have no
Yikes.
choice. Give me Dennis Schroeder, 12.5 points. Anybody else got anything cooked
I would
up?
take Russ the under on points because I think everyone's going to assume he's going to
Okay.
go off against the Nuggets again. And
12 and a
based on
half.
last game, I don't know if he's going to play.
Yeah, 12.5. It's
Take the under, and I don't mean to disrespect him.
It's the first
Keon
day.
Ellis minutes.
Yeah, it's the first day. You guys, I can't wait to tune in.
Dang.
I can't wait to tune. Sactown Sports today
Yeah.
has been box office. Let me tell you that much. Kayla, do you have a pick?
I'll go with Levine because it's like at some
He's
point,
due.
he's due, right? The
20 and a half.
Back's got to be a little better.
He had 26. Weird. Oh, see, this is not good for the Levine brand. 26 in a blowout. That's what people are going to say. 26 in a blowout.
Yeah.
Because the last 2 games, OKC and the first Denver game, not close, but he might hit tonight. Last game against Denver, he only had 15. That's when he was coming back from the back stuff. 20
What do you got
and
on
a
my
half.
precious?
They offering him?
I was wondering if there's anything.
Are they?
There's no
offering
picture.
him?
There's no picture.
Poor
There's
guy.
no picture.
The disrespect.
7.5 points.
That's hefty.
That's I
under.
can't do it. Hey, if he keeps taking them threes, he had 12 in the Minnesota game.
That's true.
What a bizarre,
Like
what a
30
bizarre
minutes.
game. You want it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Jay Woods, who you
Put it on the
got?
board.
Between what?
He says-
Anything.
he says who-
Everything.
Who's left?
Malik Monk, does he got the dad strength yet? 11.5 points.
Malik Monk, 11.5.
The dad strength.
I'm going to say Malik Monk will get 16.
Let's go.
All right.
We got to get out of here, but real quick. Dog segment.
Arf, arf.
We gotta get to the dog segment.
Who let the dogs out?
There it is.
Whom.
We can do it. Who
opened the
let
gate?
the dogs out?
All right. Chris, your dog tonight.
Keon Ellis.
Okay. Hey, gotta get up. Gotta get in there. Kayla.
Woof. Clifford, I'll take the dog.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Precious a chew.
Enough. Enough. I'm gonna go Dennis Schroeder, like I said, law of averages. The Drive Guys coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kayla Anderson, Chris Watkins, Jay Johnson.
Yes.
Jay
yes,
Johnson,
sir.
thank you for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Great job, Jay Woods. Thank you to all the callers, sexers, sack chatters. Until tomorrow, let's go to bed. Later, me.
Don't forget my podcast.
Don't forget my podcast. Gotta go.
Weekdays 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home with a 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
Around here, Maverick is more than a name. It's who we are. My dad climbed power poles for a living, and he taught me to keep homes running when it gets cold. This November, donate 5 canned foods to our holiday food drive and choose a furnace tune-up or an electrical safety check. We'll collect your cans at the appointment and keep your heat comfy and your lights steady. So the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork.